Chapter 584. Obsession. Xiao Lan felt like she was dreaming today, as if she had encountered an immortal who praised her exceptional talent and wanted to take her as a disciple. After witnessing the immortal's display of techniques, her father, whom she considered the mightiest, actually knelt down and kowtowed. Everything was so dreamlike. Even until dusk, Xiao Lan still hadn't recovered from the shock. "What's the matter? Don't want to pursue immortal cultivation?" A familiar voice came, interrupting Xiao Lan's trance. She turned her head and saw Guan walking into the garden. Seeing Guan, Xiao Lan's anxiety dissipated somewhat, and she answered, "It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I'm a little scared. After all, I have never been outside before. And my master, says she wants to take me to Dao Court, which seems to be very powerful." She began to share her true inner feelings, and Guan came over to listen to her talk earnestly. In the end, Xiao Lan said helplessly, "If only someone could go with me, that would be great. Unfortunately, my brothers and sisters are not recognized by the master." Guan blinked and said, "I can accompany you. Your master has already taken me as a named disciple. Although there's still a difference in status compared to you, it won't be difficult to accompany you in the future." At that, Xiao Lan's eyes widened in excitement, and she grabbed Guan's arms, asking, "Really? Have I ever lied to you?" "Manor Master Gu has already entrusted me to take good care of you," Guan said with a smile, and as he spoke, he raised his hand to ruffle Xiao Lan's hair. Having spent 18 years at Xiao Manor, Guan had long been integrated in a life there, and everyone held him in high regard. With his insight, Guan had also established a deep friendship with Manor Master Xiao, and since he had watched Xiao Lan grow up, the Manor Master was very comfortable trusting him. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Lan's name Lan was chosen by Guan himself, which attested to the great trust he had earned in Xiao Manor. "That's wonderful. We'll explore the realm of immortal cultivation together." Xiao Lan was ecstatic, swinging Guan's arm excitedly. Ever since childhood, she had loved playing with Guan because he would fulfill her every wish. She shook off the earlier trepidation and confusion, becoming extremely excited about what lay ahead in her life. 2 days later, the white-robed woman known as Sage Su took Guan and Xiao Lan and left. Everyone in Xiao Manor stood at the gates to see them off. Xiao Lan's mother cried uncontrollably, while Manor Master Xiao's eyes were filled with hope. His spiritual root qualification was limited, but Xiao Lan's encounter gave him hope that perhaps he could gain the chance for longevity through his daughter. Partings are always sorrowful, but fortunately, Xiao Lan had Guan's company. Over 100 miles away from Xiao Manor, she became lively again. Without concern for Sage Su's immortal status, she chased after her and incessantly asked about Dao Court, chattering the whole way. Guan followed behind the two, enjoying the scenery along the way. He replaced himself with a clone, while his true self went to gather medicinal herbs. Sage Su was very gentle and indulgent toward Xiao Lan. As for Guan, though she was not as enthusiastic, she gave him no cold shoulder, and the atmosphere during the journey was rather pleasant. Night fell. The three stopped in a forest to rest. Sage Su had no plans to return to Dao Court straight away. She was traveling the human world, experiencing life, with plans to return to Dao Court after the journey's end. During this period, she would teach Xiao Lan the techniques for cultivation. Xiao Lan was very excited and couldn't settle down, even after half a day had passed. "Master, tell us about Dao Court and also the realm of immortal cultivation. I've heard from Father that cultivators have their own hierarchies. While mortals may not see them, the realm of immortal cultivation is vast and magnificent, with waves of grandeur and heroes emerging one after another." Xiao Lan asked Sage Su. Leaning on Guan, Sage Su was somewhat displeased with their close interaction, but she did not let it show and instead started to introduce Dao Court. In Sage Su's description, Dao Court was the most powerful sect under the heavens, with countless branches. She mentioned one famed name after another, all prominent figures within Dao Court. "My disciple, your talent is no less than theirs. As long as you are willing to work hard, your teacher will help you surpass them and become the top prodigy of Dao Court," Sage Su declared to Xiaolon with a burning gaze. Xiaolon became even more elated. She sat up, tapping Guan on the shoulder with a triumphant smile. Brother Gu, I will be the top prodigy in the world someday, and you just wait for me to protect you. Guan laughed and said, Good. I'm already looking forward to it. Sage Su slightly furrowed her brow. In her eyes, Guan was not worthy of Xiaolon, and, moreover, the path that Xiaolon must walk did not require romantic entanglements. To become a top prodigy in Dao Court, one must devote all their energy to cultivation. She didn't stop her, though, knowing that once Xiaolon experienced the power and splendor of Dao Court, she would eventually lose interest in Guan. Her gaze toward Guan became one of pity. To be abandoned was not a good feeling. And after all, this child was still her disciple. She would ensure he had a good end in the future. Listening to Sage Su's inner thoughts, Guan almost laughed out loud, but he was an excellent actor and restrained himself. Xiaolon, unaware of their thoughts, was still indulging in her dreams of a cultivator's life. That year, Xiaolon began her qi refinement. Sage Su not only taught her cultivation techniques, but also provided her with elixirs, which greatly accelerated her cultivation speed. The following year, Guan gifted Xiaolon the White Spirit Sword, which delighted her immensely. She had grown up and had a budding understanding of affection. She realized her feelings for Gu and resembled that of a married couple in the human world. Whenever this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks reddened, and she couldn't help stealing glances at Guan. Neither of them pointed out this unspoken understanding, savoring the hazy, romantic feelings. Although Sage Su did not expressly prevent it, she often took Guan and Xiaolon to observe mortals suffering for love, hoping to make Xiaolon realize that love was not reliable. However, Xiaolon remained unaffected and felt even more fortunate that her brother Gu was not like those men. In the blink of an eye, 50 years went by swiftly. Xiaolon had reached the cultivation level of the divinity transformation realm, and her talent, symbolized by the lifespan limit of 9,999 years, was fully evident. According to Sage Su, if Xiaolon had cultivated within Dao Court, her progress would have been faster. Gu An's apparent cultivation level had reached the core formation realm, which was extraordinary in the Taizong continent, but barely noteworthy in Sage Su's eyes. Over those 50 years, they visited 12 dynasties, experienced the customs of various places, and encountered other cultivators, demons, and ghosts. Xiaolon had matured, letting go of the ties in her braids, and gradually developed the demeanor of a daughter of heaven. No matter how much higher her realm was than Gu's, her feelings for him had not faded but rather deepened. It used to be Guan taking care of her, but now the roles had reversed. Whenever Guan remained silent, she would ask him what was wrong, fearing he was under mental stress. This bemused and sometimes frustrated Guan, while also increasing Sage Su's dissatisfaction. She couldn't fathom why Xiaolon was so fond of Guan. Before, Xiaolon had never left the manor and had not met men more outstanding than Guan, so Sage Su could understand her feelings. CTH Novelfire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But now, having seen more of the world and yet being even more fond of Guan, Sage Su found it utterly baffling. The worst part was Sage Su realized it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to intervene. Her intuition told her that if she tried to force them apart, Xiaolon would turn against her. On a sweltering summer day, the three walked along a large river, where waves slapped the banks and white gulls soared, creating a majestic and melancholic atmosphere. Brother Gu, are you hot? Do you need me to cast a spell for you? Brother Gu, are you tired? Do you need to rest? Brother Gu, look over there. Isn't that demon bird cute? Do you like it? Do you want me to catch it for you? Listening to these incessant questions, not only Sage Su grew weary, but even Guan felt it was a bit much. I'm at least at the core formation realm level. Why are you treating me like some delicate scholar? Guan said, rather helplessly. Clad in white, with makeup enhancing her fairy-like appearance, Xiaolon stood beside him prettily. Hearing his words, She blinked and said softly with a giggle, "Well, I just can't help it." For some reason, she was always thinking about Gu, and sometimes to the extent that she wouldn't even listen to her master's words. As long as she looked at Guin, she felt elated and considered herself the luckiest person in the world. While they spoke, she couldn't resist hugging Guin's arm, as though afraid he might leave. Guin was torn between helplessness and being touched by her actions. He hadn't cast any spell on Xiaolon. This was an emotion that transcended reincarnation. Yilan's love for him had become an obsession through the cycles of reincarnation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585. The world's number one'sage, Su really didn't want to look at the young lady Xiaolan's posture. Her eyes fixed on the great river ahead, her brows slightly furrowed. She sensed a faint trace of demon qi, enigmatic even to her realm of existence. The opponent's cultivation level was likely higher than hers. Xiaolon had clung to Guin for quite some time before she finally, reluctantly, came to Sage Su's side, asking with curiosity, "Master, since just now, you have been furrowing your brows. What are you looking at?" Sage Su turned her head to look at her, thinking, "Have you finally remembered your teacher? There seems to be a great demon hidden in the river ahead, and am hesitating whether to change our course," Sage Su replied softly. Xiaolan's eyes immediately lit up, and she said, "What kind of great demon? Compared to the endless flood dragon we encountered before, which one is stronger?" "This demon is probably stronger than your teacher." Sage Su shook her head, unafraid to show weakness in front of her disciple. Hearing this, Xiaolon subconsciously looked at Guin, then turned back to Sage Su and frowned. "Then we should change routes." Sage Su felt both relieved and helpless. Relieved because Xiaolon wasn't so reckless, but helpless because the girl considered everything with Guin as the primary factor. Guin's gaze drifted to the distant great demon. Downstream in the great river was a vast lake that resembled a boundless ocean, where a demon and a great cultivator were engaged in combat, vying for the battle court's legacy treasures. That great cultivator was adept in the qi concealment technique, not revealing the slightest trace of his aura, making the battle not earth-shatteringly noticeable. The great demon was likewise afraid of the treasure's qi leaking out, endeavoring to contain its demon qi, but still leaking quite a bit. Watching their combat, Guin also got some ideas. CTH Novel Fire. Inti website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What kind of Dao treasure should he refine for Xiaolon? When autumn came, the third Medicine Valley gradually took on a withered yellow hue. Under an ancient tree, Long Tongue sat in meditation. His robe fluttered slightly, with Jin Qi swirling around him like various strands of dragon qi. Long Qing approached him with someone in tow, none other than the emperor of the Tai Tsong dynasty, Li Xiandao. Dressed in a golden robe and topped with a dragon crown, Li Zuando's imperial presence was unmistakable, drawing frequent glances from Medicine Valley disciples along the way. Ever since his nirvana, Li Xiandao had truly displayed his dominance. Reigning for 20,000 years, he had become the god in the hearts of Tai Tsong imperial dynasty's people. He and Long Qing were the two most powerful individuals in the Tai Tsong continent. Many feared that a rift between them would lead to chaos, yet their relationship had always been amiable. This cordiality allowed the supreme sect and Tai Tsong imperial dynasty to interact harmoniously, resolving any conflicts by discussion. Li Zuando's eyes shone the moment he saw Long Tongue. He had always harbored a bold hunch. The enigmatic outer heaven power had previously sought Long Qing, and the emergence of the dragon battle dharma aspect had strengthened his conviction. He thought Long Tongue bore a resemblance to Gu in the first time he saw him. His features had a sharper edge than Guin's, but their facial structures were highly similar. Upon reaching Long Tongue, Long Qing spoke, "Tengur, this is His Majesty of the Tai Tsong imperial dynasty, an old friend of my master. Pay your respects quickly." Hearing this, Long Tongue immediately stood up to salute Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao smiled, saying, "Seeing you reminds me of the first time I met Yang Jian." Yang Jian. Long Tongue had, of course, heard the name. He was a legend of the Supreme Sect, a senior brother to his father, who had made great contributions to the Taizong imperial dynasty. He was currently the strongest in the dynasty. Before the ancestor made his presence known, he had admired Yang Jian the most. In the Taizong continent, anyone over the age of 6 knew Yang Jian's tales, which had spread journey to the west far and wide, turning it into an enduring classic. It had been canonized by the dynasty, despite some content being subversive. Follow me from now on. I will not treat you poorly. I'll enable you to become another Yang Jian, or even surpass him, said Li Xiandao, filled with boundless aspiration. After hearing this, Long Tongue did not respond right away, but looked towards Long Qing. Long Qing nodded, saying, "I do not wish the Long family to be too closely tied to the Supreme Sect. Following His Majesty to establish some achievements is quite good. Once you get established, the Long family will move out." Long Tongue had long been aware of the Long clan's destiny, so he had no doubts. He gave Li Xiandao a fistful salute in acceptance, which pleased Li Xiandao even more. Pulling him to sit down, they reminisced about the old times. Upon hearing Li Xiandao mention his ancestor Guan, Long Tongue became interested. Now, what he was most curious about and aspired to know was what kind of person ancestor Guan really was. Li Xiandao started from his first encounter with Guan, and learning that the ancestor had once posed as a menial disciple made Long Tongue even more intrigued. When Long Tongue found out that historical texts like the Investiture of the Gods and Journey to the West and writings by the Supreme Immortal Venerable were all authored by his ancestor, his eyes widened. No wonder these texts were must-reads for disciples and even studied as history. Now he believed it. Perhaps it was truly trials his ancestor lived through. Long Qing watched Long Tongue's expressions and smiled. Even though he planned to sever the Long clan's ties with the Supreme Sect, he didn't wish his descendants to drift apart from the primordial ancestor. Without the primordial ancestor, there would be no Long family. This was something that must not be forgotten. An hour swiftly passed. Li Xiandao props himself up on his knees, laughs, and says, "I intend for you to train at the Dao court for some time. Upon your return, I will declare you great general. What follows will be an era unlike any before, as we intend to sweep across all imperial dynasties and establish a unified imperial dynasty, creating merits for the common people. I need you for this. It will be a long and arduous task. You will face countless battles." Hearing this, Long Tongue's eyes immediately burn with passion. Even his breathing becomes rapid. Is the Dao court really that impressive? Long Tongue asks curiously. In today's world, it is considered a top-tier Dao court. Of course, if your ancestor were still with the Supreme Sect, the Dao court wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. I've arranged everything, and upon your arrival, you just need to cultivate. They'll have someone accompany you to handle everything. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long Tongue responds excitedly, his favor toward Li Xiandao growing significantly. For Long Qing, this is the first time he truly senses Li Zuando's charismatic personality. No wonder Brother Yang Jian has willingly served him for so many years. Serving the imperial power is well and good. It meant that however strong the Long family became, there would always be someone above them. That's what Long Qing thought as he looked at Li Xiandao and Long Tongue. He started to look forward to Long Tongue's performance in the years to come. 80 years had passed since Xiao Lan left Xiao Manor. Sage Su finally prepared to return to the Dao court, and before leaving, Xiao Lan wanted to visit Xiao Manor one last time. Sage Su agreed. This time, Sage Su didn't travel on foot. She directly cast a spell, taking Xiao Lan and Guan with her, and within half an hour, they were back at Xiao Manor. The trio stayed for 2 days before departing. Before leaving, Xiao Lan left behind plenty of cultivation resources for Xiao Manor to soar. Many of these resources came from Sage Su herself. Sage Su understood Xiao Lan's intentions very well. It was normal for the entire household to ascend to heaven when one person achieved immortal cultivation. She also wanted Xiaolan to cultivate without any concerns. The three of them took to the clouds and headed for the Dao Court. As they neared the Dao Court, Sage Su turned to look at Xiaolan, wanting to say something, but seeing Xiaolan holding tightly to Gu An's arm, she swallowed her words. Never mind. It wasn't like the girl was neglecting her cultivation. Once her feelings for Guan faded, everything would return to normal. Guan was also full of interest in the Dao Court, as many old acquaintances had joined its ranks. In the previous crisis from outer heaven, the Dao Court had demonstrated the responsibility and ambition befitting the world's #1 sect. Their reputation soared after that battle, and more sects believed the Dao Court to be worthy of leading them, trustworthy to hold the position of alliance hierarch. The Dao Court was not stingy either. They did not require other sects to submit, but simply to form an alliance. For each ally, they provided opportunities to cultivate Taoist techniques. As disciples from other sects returned from training, the Dao Court's reputation continued to grow. Xiaolan, too, eagerly anticipated the Dao Court. She said she wanted Gu and to stay in her cave mansion. According to Sage Su, with her talent, she was entitled to a high level of treatment, and her cave mansion was rich with spiritual energy. Facing her anticipation, Guan agreed, causing Sage Su to shake her head but say no more. Before long, the magnificent sight of the Dao Court appeared before them. The Dao Court occupied an entire continent, and above that continent, a layer of cloud seas had formed. On these cloud seas were built dojos and cities. With the higher the cultivation level, the higher the residence. Even before setting foot on the continent, one could feel its magnificent destiny, something neither the former immortal dynasty nor holy court could compare with. Guan detected the presence of the saint minister and other high-ranking officials of the holy court. The Dao Court's swift growth had much to do with the contributions of former members of the holy court and immortal dynasty. Precisely speaking, the Dao Court was an amalgamation of the former overlords of the Great Thousand World before its reconstruction, with a complex interweaving of factions. This was why the Dao Court did not annex other sects but chose to form alliances. Their essence, too, was an alliance of sections. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586, Variables under the guidance of Sage Su. Guan and Xiaolan were successfully initiated into the Dao Court, becoming true disciples of the Dao Court, while Xiaolan became Sage Su's direct disciple. With treatment and status far surpassing, Guan Xiaolan's first cave mansion featured an interior space so vast it resembled the Third Medicine Valley, which made Guan reflect upon the deep foundations of the Dao Court. It should be known that although Xiaolan had extraordinary talent, her cultivation level wasn't high, yet the cave mansion she received was still better than those of over 1 million other disciples with superior cultivation. After moving into the cave mansion, Xiaolan could no longer hide her petty concerns, but Guan sternly criticized her, telling her to focus on cultivation, as longevity was the true path. This made her feel ashamed and abandon those trivial thoughts in favor of earnest cultivation. Guan didn't stay for nothing. He began helping Xiaolan plant medicinal herbs and manage the cave mansion, allowing her to concentrate on her cultivation. By the time he had filled the entire cave mansion with medicinal herbs and organized everything neatly, Sage Su was very pleased with his performance when she came to visit. Sage Su suddenly thought that there were still many redeeming qualities about Guan, and perhaps he was having a positive influence on Xiaolan, who was now able to dedicate herself entirely to cultivation. You're doing well. Keep helping her, and she will be your greatest opportunity on the path of immortal cultivation, Sage Su said before she left, and Guan suddenly felt as if he were back in his old line of work. He shook his head and chuckled, not minding it, for helping Xiaolan was something he did willingly, and it also allowed him to conveniently snatch lifespan. Xiaolan, who practiced the innate reincarnation skill, could easily awaken memories of her previous life if subjected to a shock. And in this life, she had experienced smooth sailing without any signs of regaining those memories. Guan wasn't in a hurry for her to recover her memories, because the longer she lived in this life, the deeper her understanding of the great Tao would become. Of course, Guan wouldn't always stay in the cave mansion with her. Occasionally, he would switch with his clone while his true self was busy with other matters. Cultivation was a lengthy affair. The higher the realm, the more time was needed for secluded meditation. In the blink of an eye, another millennium passed, and Guan's yearly income of lifespan had increased to 40 million years within this year. Over 1,000 years, Xiaolan had reached the Nirvana realm and was making rapid strides toward the loose, immortal realm. During this period, she had returned to Xiao Manor twice, helping Xiao Manor transform into a cultivation family. Unfortunately, Manor Master Xiao's maximum lifespan was too short, and he had passed away some years ago. One day, Sage Su sent a message to Xiaolan, which led her to find Guan and leave the cave mansion with him. There are over 10,000 branches within the Tao court, and the competition is fierce. It's said that there will be an enlightenment conference soon, and disciples from other sects will also be attending. Master wants us to go to Tao City to broaden our horizons, Xiaolan said with a smile as she flew on a cloud beside Guan. Having attained the Nirvana realm, she still exuded a lively temperament. Although she was now 1,000 years old, she had spent most of that time in secluded cultivation, which made her feel as if she had only lived 1 year, with few memories retained. We should indeed take a good look, Guan smiled. His gaze had already reached Tao City. Coincidentally, his descendant Long Tongue was also in that city, currently engaging in a combat practice with someone. Within his realm, Long Tongue had won 97 consecutive battles against talents from various sects, making his name resonate throughout the city. Martial resolution was there, too. Guan had always kept an eye on this brother who would understand the Tao whenever he felt disheartened. A long time ago, Martial Resolution had ventured out alone, enduring many hardships, which helped him achieve enlightenment time after time. For this very reason, he had not returned to the Supreme Sect. Martial Resolution and Long Tongue didn't know each other, and Long Tongue never claimed to be from the Supreme Sect. At the moment, Martial Resolution was among the crowd watching the match, admiring Long Tongue's talent. Tao City was vast, and Guan wasn't worried about bumping into Martial Resolution. Unless he wanted to see Martial Resolution, there was no chance they would meet. Right now, Guan only wanted to accompany Xiaolan and help her grow. Along the way, Xiaolan chatted nonstop, talking about Tao City before moving on to discuss her cultivation achievements. She even wanted to teach Guan her spells. Although they shared the same master, the inheritances they received were different. They chatted and laughed, flying for the duration of 1 stick of incense before finally arriving at Tao City. With that, Guan was ready to relax and enjoy a leisurely stroll with Xiaolan. Xiaolan also treasured these rare moments of leisure, clinging to Guan's arm the entire time and unwilling to let go, giving the impression that they were Tao companions. In the Taoist field of the beginningless, within Guan's courtyard, Celestial Demon Child approached Xianxia, who was watching her control the Taiqing True Fire under the artifact refining cauldron. After observing for a while, she asked, "Miss Shun, do you feel like the Master's heart is always elsewhere?" Xianxia replied, "Definitely outside, probably caught by some woman's heart." When facing the disciples in the dojo, Guan didn't need to leave a clone to pretend, so everyone could feel his frequent outings. As soon as Celestial Demon Child heard this, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and asked, "If so, aren't you worried? What's there to worry about? We followed him for an endless time. Be content. Besides, do we really want to restrain him? Even if we had the power, which we don't, why would we?" Xianxia said nonchalantly, her gaze fixed on the Taiqing True Fire. Celestial Demon Child pouted and said, "I naturally wouldn't dare control the Master. I'm just curious." Xianxia smiled and said, "It's probably some past acquaintance reincarnated. Otherwise, he wouldn't spend so much time with them." "Past acquaintance?" Celestial Demon Child became interested and asked which past acquaintance it was. Xinjin glanced at her and said teasingly, "There are probably only two people whose companionship he would cherish. One is the Ji family's third young miss, and the other is his junior sister. I bet it's his junior sister, 9 out of 10. She began to recount the story of Gu In and Yilan, while Celestial Demon Child listened attentively. The story of Gu In and Yilan was simple, but Celestial Demon Child felt a sense of warmth listening to it. She had heard many heart-wrenchingly beautiful love stories, but after hearing this one, she suddenly thought that the person the master liked most in his heart might indeed be Miss Yi. The master was so formidable, invincible in the world, yet he chose to live hidden in the mountains. This was enough to prove his temperament. Suddenly, "Are you talking about me behind my back?" Gu An's voice interrupted the conversation between the two women, startling them as they turned to see Gu and standing right behind them. Celestial Demon Child's face flushed with embarrassment, while Shunjun remained composed. Guin walked between them to the artifact refining cauldron and extended his divine sense into it. Inside was the Tao treasure he was refining for Xiaolan, almost complete. After reaching the heaven-opening Daoyuo immortal realm, Gu An's speed and strength in crafting Tao treasures had increased. He planned to give Xiaolan a great gift to make her path as a Heaven's Pride child even easier. Celestial Demon Child moved closer to Gu In and curiously asked, "Master, has Miss Yi really reincarnated?" Shunjun guessed correctly. Guin replied, then briefly recounted the reincarnations of Yilan over the years. Hearing that Yilan had endured more than a dozen reincarnations without forgetting Guin, even Shunjun was touched. Celestial Demon Child's eyes reddened with emotion as she expressed a desire to meet Xiaolan. "Focus on your cultivation. Don't let her surpass you," Guin teased without giving a direct answer. Celestial Demon Child boasted with a proud smile, "I'm a wandering immortal. It won't be easy for her to catch up to me." Shunjun, on the other hand, asked out of curiosity, "Is her talent in this life very high?" "Very high." Gu An's answer instilled a sense of urgency in Celestial Demon Child. She did not linger any longer and quickly returned to her training. Shunjun also did not disturb Gu An's refining any further. Xiaolan could not bring any pressure to her. She preferred seeking enlightenment rather than blindly pursuing cultivation levels. The true meaning of the great Tao brought her joy. Refining Tao treasures was simple for Guin now. He didn't need to concentrate intently. He was paying attention to someone else, someone far away in another great world. Zhang Buku. He had been sent by the Buddha Immortal to the Tai's great world to search for the divine exotic realm master. The two had already reunited, but had encountered difficulties within the Tai's great world. This predicament would cause both to be severely injured, but they would eventually escape with their lives. So Guin decided not to intervene. Knowing the future, he still watched because a variable had appeared in the fight. Sarthana at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This person was not in Zhang Buku's fate before, but now, this person would frequently appear in Zhang Buku's life and even build a very close relationship with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587. The illusory, celestial court. The vast sea churned, and storm clouds obscured the heavens, as bolts of lightning continuously flashed across the sky, creating an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere between the heavens and the sea. Zhang Buku, dressed in a dark red battle armor, levitated mid-air, clutching a long spear. Behind him stood the divine, exotic realm master back-to-back with him. They both stared into the distance where formidable figures blocked every direction, these powerhouses maintaining their distance while conjuring a formation. Beside Zhang Buku was another figure, positioned 5 zhang away. This individual's garments were tattered, his face smeared with grime, and his hair a complete mess, much like a beggar. His frame was frail, yet his face wore a mocking smile amid the encircling enemies, in stark contrast to the tense expressions of Zhang Buku and the divine exotic realm master. Hey, Zhang Buku, see for yourself. Wouldn't you rather give the treasure to me? At least you wouldn't have to die. Any regrets? The frail man teased as he looked at Zhang Buku. Zhang Buku didn't respond, but the divine exotic realm master coldly retorted, Su Yu, don't you have to die as well? The thin man named Su Yu spread his hands indifferently. My death doesn't matter. I'm merely experiencing the reincarnation tribulation. If I die, there's still the next life. You, however, are the real deal. If you die, you truly die. Hearing this, the eyes of the divine exotic realm master filled with frost. All three of you dare to harm my son. No one will escape today. A roar, akin to thunder, reverberated beneath the storm clouds, and the vast fury caused the distant clouds to disperse. A statue, larger than mountains and possessing 8 arms, closed in. Each arm wielded a divine weapon, while a white-robed man with flowing silver hair, ferocious face, and eyes filled with killing intent stood atop the statue's head. Zhang Buku looked at the 8-armed statue and said, Even as a reincarnation body, you probably don't want to die. Let's fight together, and once we break out, it'll give you a fair chance to compete for the divine treasure. Upon hearing this, Su Yu grinned, revealing rows of blackened teeth, and chuckled. You sure understand stakes. Let's break out together then, and don't fall behind. I won't look back. With that, he turned and walked in the opposite direction toward the 8-armed statue, flying off, and ahead of him were many cultivators blocking the horizon. This battle drew the attention of many great powers from afar, with Guan observing from the furthest distance within the celestial spirit great world. While crafting a Tao treasure, Guan watched the battle, focusing mainly on Su Yu. Su Yu didn't lie to Zhang Buku. He truly was a reincarnation body. His original self wasn't simple. Guan could sense that their cultivation levels were almost equal, and he possessed the celestial Tao destiny. This meant this person was likely a celestial god from the celestial court. Had Guan not broken through to become a heaven-opening Daoyuo immortal, he might not have been able to see through the cause and effect of Su Yu's original self. The encounter between Su Yu and Zhang Buku was no coincidence, since Zhang Buku was an inheritor of Buddha Immortal, who also had ties with the celestial court. Fortunately, judging from Zhang Buku's fate, Su Yu had no intention of harming him, but rather to support him. Although curious, Guan had no intent to probe further. Su Yu was unaware of his existence. Why should he provoke needless trouble? Even for the topmost great powers of the Great Thousand World, the celestial court remained an enigma, ethereal and elusive. Yet in the 3,000 great worlds, many celestial gods roamed. Some knew their identities but chose to feign ignorance. The karma of celestial gods was immense. Even with only the celestial spirit god guarding the celestial spirit great world, many forces dare not forcibly enter. It seemed there existed a certain place where, with the right authority's permission and Opharth guardians of the Great Thousand World, Guan watched for a while longer before turning his attention away. His present life was calm. He did not wish to entangle too soon with the celestial court. Unless absolutely necessary, Guan would not provoke the celestial court and aim to survive within the celestial spirit great world. Guan couldn't help but think of the celestial spirit god. In this life, Bai Sheng, with Su Jin's help, had already embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. Guan hoped he would possess a heart of compassion. That way, the celestial spirit great world could have a celestial god. A celestial god not only shields the cosmos, but also stabilizes the celestial court. Guan entertained the thought of persuading the celestial spirit god because, in pursuit of the immortal palace's treasures, the celestial spirit god had violated the principles of the celestial gods, indicating a lack of complete loyalty to the celestial court. Although the celestial spirit god had once aimed to destroy the celestial spirit great world, that had been a mission assigned by the celestial court, which he had delayed for many years. Across the ages, whenever a threat to the celestial spirit great world emerged, the celestial spirit god didn't wait for explanations. He just executed them. This approach, at least, spared many beings from numerous calamities. Celestial spirit god, I truly look forward to your future. I hope you won't disappoint me. If it doesn't work out, I might have to slay a god. Guan thought to himself, and a smile appeared on his face. Before that, he would continue to enjoy a peaceful life. When Xiao Lan naturally awakened her past life memories, he would let her choose whether to stay in the Taoist field of the beginningless or continue to traverse the world. Nowadays, the celestial spirit great world seemed small in Gu An's eyes, where he was omnipotent and could dominate everything. The Enlightenment Convention lasted a full 5 years. Each dojo had its own enlightenment platform, and those who excelled in enlightenment were announced throughout the cities, becoming renowned across the world. Xiao Lan did not disappoint. Her comprehension of the great Tao touched the steel, marking her prominence, and Guan could see Sage Su and her fellow cultivators ecstatic at her side. Search *Thinifier. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sage Su was usually composed and even somewhat aloof, but faced with Xiao Lan's remarkable achievements, she couldn't maintain her composure. Fortunately, Xiao Lan did not witness that scene. The Tao court was vast, with tens of thousands of branches. An Enlightenment Convention was similar to the imperial examination in the human world, an opportunity for disciples to change their fate. Even those disciples with mediocre spiritual root qualification harbored hope, as the Tao court valued comprehension of the great Tao more. Only after the end of the Enlightenment Convention did Xiao Lan awaken. Guan accompanied her off the platform, and they were soon met by Sage Su and other mentors. Come, let me take you to meet the great powers of our sect. Your comprehension has been recognized by the higher-ups, my disciple. You are truly going to become a prodigy of the Tao court. Sage Su grasped Xiao Lan's hand, excitedly said. Xiao Lan hesitated and looked towards Guan, who winked at her and said, Go on. It's not a goodbye. When you return, we'll have a good chat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lan's face bloomed into a smile, and she nodded immediately. Sage Su pulled Xiao Lan and flew away quickly. Other great cultivators began to attend to their own disciples, and seeing that they had nothing to discuss with him, Guan turned and left. Guan, right? You better be prepared. Xiao Lan will soon soar to great heights and become an existence that both you and even we will look up to, said a middle-aged Taoist, watching Gu An's departing figure, and suddenly spoke. Guan did not stop walking. His departing silhouette made the other great cultivators shake their heads. Thinking he was being stubborn, little did they know how fragile emotions are in the face of time and talent. The journey of immortal cultivation is about mastering the Tao heart and dominating instincts. When cultivators overcome their emotions and desires, they naturally make the most beneficial and rational decisions for themselves. Guan did not mind the discussions of the wandering immortals. His thoughts were on Long Tongue. Long Tongue was about to face trouble, and he was ready to lend a hand. Regardless, he was Long Zhan, and Long Tongue could be considered his kin. Furthermore, Long Tongue's presence in the Tao court was arranged by Li Xiandao. If something went wrong, and the Li family and the Long family turned against each other, it wouldn't be a pretty sight. Guan did not want to test personal relationships. He was not walking quickly, as if strolling since combat was not allowed within Tao City. Long Tongue had performed well over the years, and Guan was quite satisfied with him. If there was any flaw to point out, it was that he was too righteous, not selfish enough. Such a character was rare in the Long family, and Guan intended not only to save him, but also to give him a push. Meanwhile, along another street, Long Tongue and a man in blue walked shoulder to shoulder. You are really impressive. The steel in front of you lit up, causing an uproar from the crowd below, and many were inquiring about your origins. The man in blue was sent by Li Xiandao to accompany Long Tongue in his cultivation. After experiencing the prosperity of the Tao court, he thought the Tai-Tsang continent was quite primitive, so he acted very prudently. Over the years, seeing Long Tongue suppress various geniuses. Even those of Dao Court were no match for him, which delighted him immensely, especially his performance at the Enlightenment Convention. Long Tongue's comprehension achieved the highest score, with only a handful of people comparable to him. Compared to the man in blue's excitement, Long Tongue was quite calm. He was still pondering the insights he gained from enlightenment. He felt he needed to find a path genuinely suitable for himself, as his current Taoist techniques were too mixed, leaving him somewhat confused. The two made their way towards the city gate, and even though Long Tongue was not responsive, the man in blue kept talking nonstop, envisioning Long Tongue's future in 10,000 years, believing Long Tongue would surpass Xianxia to become the premier warrior of the Tai-Tsang imperial dynasty. By the time they reached the city gate, Long Tongue was still contemplating enlightenment. Suddenly, a figure blocked their path. "Do you need something?" the man in blue asked with a frown. Long Tongue's train of thought was interrupted, and he instinctively frowned. Looking up about to speak, his pupils suddenly dilated, and he froze, his body even trembling slightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588. The support of Dao Court. Long Tongue looked at Guan before him, feeling a sense of unreality. He still remembered the day when the ancestor had raised his hand to suppress the heaven-supporting ancestor on the heaven-repairing platform, an image that was vivid in his mind to this day. Even though he had seen many strong figures with great powers, he could never forget the ancestor. Moreover, the Dharma aspect summoned by Long Qing that day made him feel a strong resemblance to the ancestor. Even though his father hadn't said much, he had always harbored such a guess in his heart. Guan looked at the excited Long Tongue and smiled as he asked, "Not in a hurry to go back? Shall we find a place to sit?" Once Long Tongue left the city, he would quickly be surrounded by troubles. Long Tongue hurriedly responded, "No, no rush at all." He was at a loss, not knowing how to face the ancestor. The man in the blue robe was surprised. It was the first time he had seen Long Tongue lose his composure like this, and he dared not underestimate Guan, simply bowing silently. Then, the three of them walked toward Dao City. There were plenty of places inside the city where they could sit and chat. Eventually, they found an inn, and the three sat down by a window on the 4th floor. After Long Tongue ordered some wine and dishes, he looked expectantly toward Guan. The ancestor had appeared at the Dao Court. It couldn't be just to find him, could it? Even if it wasn't, now that the ancestor had shown himself, he must have something to ask of him. Source: web novel. Updated on Omicron New Omicron. He was self-aware and knew he could not help the ancestor much, but he felt that perhaps his comprehension had attracted the ancestor's attention. Guan began to make small talk with Long Tongue, asking about his experiences over the years, to which Long Tongue faithfully responded one by one. Long Tongue's attitude made the man in the blue robe even more curious about Guan, and when he found an opportunity, he couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what is your relationship with Long Tongue?" Guan smiled and said, "He is my descendant." Upon hearing this, the man in the blue robe suddenly realized, wondering to himself, wasn't the sect leader of the Supreme sect the most powerful in the Long family? The sect leader was Long Tongue's father. Could there be an even more powerful ancestor? Long Tongue widened his eyes, extremely excited. Indeed, the ancestor was his ancestor. The fact that the ancestor would acknowledge their relationship excited Long Tongue tremendously, giving him a feeling as if he were dreaming. Guan turned to the man in the blue robe and smiled. "Let's keep our meeting today a secret, and don't mention it to His Majesty either." "You know His Majesty?" the man in the blue robe asked in surprise. Guan picked up his cup and said, "I've known him for over 20,000 years. My name is Guan. You might not have heard of me." "Guan what? You're Guan." The man in the blue robe suddenly stood up, becoming even more excited than Long Tongue. And just after asking, he regretted it and instinctively looked around. He saw that other cultivators in the inn did not care about their conversation, which made him sigh with relief. He sat down again and respectfully raised his hand to Guin, his hands trembling. Guin smiled and said, "No need for such courtesy. I pay no mind to the worldly rituals of the human world. Sword venerable, rest assured, I will not speak of it." The excited man in the blue robe said. His name was Liu, a descendant of the royal family. Although he was not from Li Zuando's direct line, he was highly regarded by Li Xiandao, so he was aware of the past between Li Xiandao and supporting Dao Sword Venerable. Long Tongue also reassured him, his eyes never daring to leave Guin, afraid that Guin might suddenly disappear. Guin finished his cup in one gulp and continued, "Since meeting is fate, I shall enlighten you both a little." Before Long Tongue and Li Yu could speak, Guin set down his cup, and a powerful Dao intent instantly enveloped the two, plunging them into a trance. Guin's gaze moved toward the window, looking out over Dao City, where the sky was vast and the city splendidly majestic. It had to be said, the Dao court was indeed extraordinary, having built such a foundation in 20,000 years that was stronger than the ancient Holy Court. For a very long time to come, the Dao court would play a crucial role. Only when Li arose to become the strongest in the celestial spirit great world would the Dao court become a thing of the past. But that was a very distant future. Time swiftly passed. After an indeterminate amount of time, as if waking from a dream, Long Ting awoke to see Li Yu still sitting beside him in a daze, and the inn server was standing at the table, looking at them nervously. Coming back to his senses, Long Tongue hurriedly said, "We're fine, you can go down." The innkeeper, although dubious, hurriedly caught the bag of spirit stones that Long Tongue tossed out and bowed as he took his leave. Long Tongue looked out the window, his divine sense probing, but unable to find Guin. However, a segment of inherited memory popped into his mind. CTH novel, IR. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Celestial Dragon Reincarnation Dharma Aspect. Long Tang's eyes flickered with excitement, filled with gratitude towards Guin. Unlike his father's Celestial Dragon Dharma Aspect, the Celestial Dragon Reincarnation Dharma Aspect summoned his reincarnation body, and what's more, without any cost. This gave him a clear direction for his future cultivation. The path of reincarnation, to wage wars across hundreds, thousands of lifetimes, and to condense the strongest Dharma aspect. Thinking of the Dragon Battle Dharma aspect that his father had summoned, Long Tongue's heart burned with eagerness. At this moment, Liu also regained consciousness. After a brief moment of astonishment, he excitedly looked at Long Tongue and said, "Long Tongue, I've received the inheritance of the sword venerable, named the Seven Gods' Golden Body. Have you heard of this technique?" Long Tongue shook his head. Since it was granted by our ancestor, it must be a remarkable inheritance. What I received was another kind of divine skill. Yes, this Seven Gods' Golden Body is indeed domineering. I feel that if I perfect it, I could be qualified to contend with the heaven's proud sons. Liu said, holding back his joy as he grabbed some wine to calm his emotions. Longting did not respond further, and instead turned his gaze back to the window. He suddenly grew curious. Why had the ancestor appeared within the Dao court? Could it be the ancestor was behind the Dao court? The rapid rise of the Dao court had always been a puzzling matter for all beings in the celestial spirit great world. If it was the ancestor, that would make sense. Liu continued discussing the power of the Seven Gods' Golden Body, talking incessantly as usual, even without Long Tongue responding. Elsewhere, Guin had already met Xiao Lan, and they were heading back to the cave mansion together. On the way back, Xiao Lan spoke of the Ting Master's appreciation for her. She would soon be relocating her cave mansion, and she said she would take Guin with her wherever she went, never to be parted from him. The Dao court allowed the heaven's proud sons to bring people into the main veins, as long as the numbers were few. Guin had no objections to Xiao Lan's arrangements. He listened intently to her expressing her excitement. Months passed swiftly by. One day, Guin and Xiao Lan, led by a disciple of the main vein, arrived at the new cave mansion. After the disciple of the main vein left, Xiao Lan looked at the little world before her, thrilled. This little world was quite vast, spanning 100,000 miles, brimming with spiritual energy, all belonging to Xiaolon alone. Later, Guan suddenly called out. After hearing him, Xiaolon turned around reflexively, only for a sword to fly towards her, which she caught instinctively. She looked down and realized it was the white spirit sword that Guan always carried with him. This sword is a congratulatory gift from me, congratulating you on becoming a true disciple of the Tao Court, Guan said with a smile, looking at Xiaolon. Xiaolon, holding the white spirit sword joyfully, curiously asked, I've always wanted to ask you, what is the origin of the Cyan Hong sword and white spirit sword? And why do you always carry them? Guan replied, These two swords were given to me by the most important person in my life. She has passed away, and my giving them to you now signifies that you are the most important person to me at present. Upon hearing this, Xiaolon felt as sweet as honey in her heart, and she immediately rushed towards Guan, embracing him. Guan shook his head helplessly. How could this girl be more clingy than in her previous life? Always wanting to hug him, touch him. This sword contains extraordinary power. Don't tell anyone about it, Guan said softly, caressing Xiaolan's head. The white spirit sword was no longer ordinary. Guan had infused a newly forged Tao treasure into it, merging the two. The white spirit sword was now a Tao treasure, containing power enough to overturn the 9 heavens of the immortal Tao. The true meaning of the great Tao within it could aid Xiaolon in her cultivation. Nestled in Guan's arms, Xiaolon nodded. She never doubted Guan, burying her face in his chest. She felt truly blessed. Her immortal path was smooth, and the person she loved most was always by her side. She resolved to cultivate diligently, to protect everything she had. All right, let's start managing this little world, Guan said, patting Xiaolan's back lightly with a laugh. Reluctant to let go, Xiaolon released her grip on him and took Guan's hand, walking forward as she shared her ideas about how she wanted this little world to look. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589. Breakthrough to Heaven-Opening Daluo Immortal Realm Perfection. The road to immortal cultivation was long and fraught with obstacles. The ancient said, an immortal dreams for 3,000 years. This saying was validated in today's celestial spirit great world. After stepping into the nirvana realm, the timescale of cultivators began to lengthen. 100 years is a day, 1,000 years is a dream. For those on the path of immortal Tao, the higher their talent, the faster time passed. After becoming a disciple of the main vein of the Tao Court, Xiaolon entered a prolonged period of seclusion. At first, she worried about Guan, fearing that he would pass away during her seclusion. Fortunately, although Guan encountered many setbacks, he always managed to break through. Once Guan successfully achieved nirvana, she completely set her mind at ease and focused on her cultivation. Tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye, and although the human world underwent tremendous changes like the transformation of the sea into mulberry fields, there were not many changes in the immortal cultivation realm. That year, Xiaolon encountered a breakthrough opportunity. Under the protection of the great cultivators of the main vein, she successfully stepped into the wandering immortal realm, while Guan watched from a distance. He marveled at the uniqueness of the new era. Living for 10,000 years to reach wandering immortal realm was rare in the previous era, but in this new one, such geniuses were not few. Blood Prison Great Saint and an Exon even reached the heaven and earth flying immortal realm one after another. Tao treasures greatly aided their cultivation, added with the abundant spiritual energy of the Taoist field of the beginningless, containing the true meaning of the great Tao. Their cultivation speed was ever increasing, especially an Xian, who seemed to be transforming into an Hao. Though Guan felt that he contributed significantly to his disciples' progress, thinking of the past, he still had many reflections. I should also break through a minor realm. Guan watched Xiao Lan consolidating her cultivation level at the horizon and made up his mind. Source: web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. He originally wanted to rely on his enlightenment to break through. However, for a heaven-opening Daluo immortal, breaking through a minor realm required much more time than he could imagine. Having thought that, Guan directly switched identities, his original body leaping out of the little world. Among the cultivators protecting Xiaolan, the strongest had reached the Dao Void profound immortal realm. This person did not detect any abnormalities and remained focused on Xiaolan. Gu An's original body arrived at a forest in the human world, where he directly performed a lifespan breakthrough. 9 options appear before him again. Most of the locations were ones he recognized. Gu An's gaze fell on Desperate Celestial Tomb. The sins within the Desperate Celestial Tomb had a mysterious cause and effect with him. He originally thought he could learn about it through lifespan reincarnation, but he did not. Let's take another look. Now that his realm was higher, maybe he could understand. Gu then immediately chose to teleport to the Desperate Celestial Tomb, consuming 100 billion years of lifespan in the process. After a while, Guan opened his eyes and immediately activated the lifespan barrier. What entered his sight was the desolate scene of the Desperate Celestial Tomb, with colossal and ruined structures stretching all the way to the ends of heaven and earth. The grand palace where the Sin resided was far from him, but he could easily see the situation of that palace. The immense door, still slightly ajar, stretched as dark as if leading to the gates of hell. Guan didn't keep staring at that palace. He pulled up the attribute panel. Xianxia the Novel Fire. Net Asterisk website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Name: Guan. Lifespan: 34, 362/487, 609, 219, 005. Physique: primordial reincarnation, undying body. Cultivation level: late stage of heaven-opening Daluo immortal realm. He directly invested lifespan into his cultivation level in increments of 100 billion years each time. Prompt after prompt appeared, with 480 billion years of lifespan at his disposal. Guan barely heeded the failure notifications. Eventually, after spending 110 billion years of lifespan, he successfully reached the perfection of heaven-opening Daluo immortal realm. Next would be observing the consumption of the lifespan barrier. Vast spiritual energy surged from the ground. Almost instantly, Guan was enveloped by golden illumination of the great Tao. The Tao spiritual energy of the entire Desperate Celestial Tomb showed anomalies, and even the Tao rules trembled. Now that he was a heaven-opening Daluo immortal, the disturbances he caused far exceeded those of before, and more ancient buildings began to tremble. The ground heaved with sand, moving as if it had sentience, appearing like a yellow cloth rising. Since it was a breakthrough in a minor realm, Guan didn't need to be completely focused on the breakthrough. He divided his attention towards the grand palace where the Sin resided. Time ticked by. In half an hour, Guan would succeed in his breakthrough. Yet halfway through, the Sin still did not appear. Could something have gone wrong? Guan thought silently. Even when he succeeded in his breakthrough, the Sin never emerged from that grand palace. The lifespan barrier consumed nearly 500 billion years of lifespan, which stung quite a bit for Guan. The higher the realm, the greater the lifespan barrier's consumption, and for safety, he activated the lifespan barrier every time he broke through. The reason for this was quite simple. Guan enjoyed observing others, and he spied on existences of lower realms without being detected. So naturally, there must be existences stronger than him who also enjoyed spying on those weaker than themselves. The purpose of the lifespan barrier was to prevent him from being observed while gaining strength. This was crucial. Guan could reach this point today. Those enemies he had defeated found it incredible, and the lifespan barrier played a critical role in this. Guan felt disappointed that he hadn't seen Zue. Although the Desperate Celestial Tomb was constantly showing signs of disturbance, there seemed to be no signs of living beings, not even ghosts or evil spirits. Once Gu's cultivation level had stabilized, he stood up. Before leaving, he covered the entire desperate celestial tomb with his divine sense. Since it was a tomb, something must have been buried here. The grand palace where Zue resided wasn't the most mysterious. At the center of the world, Guin spotted a deep hole over 1,000 miles in diameter, bottomless and swirling with a special Tao spiritual qi. This was the first time Guin, who had begun to understand different Tao, had encountered such Tao spiritual qi. It was eerie, ominous, and sent shivers down one's spine. Even Guin, who had reached the perfection of the heaven-opening Daoyuo immortal realm, had an intuition not to come into contact with this Tao. He was about to teleport back when he suddenly sensed movement. Something in the deep hole was rushing towards the surface. As it ascended, the invisible and intangible Tao spiritual qi surged like erupting core fire, unstoppable. The ground began to tremble violently. Guin wasn't panicking. He stood within the lifespan barrier, hidden from detection, but he's still prepared to teleport away immediately if needed. With a bang, sand flew upwards from the ground violently. The clouds at the horizon dispersed, and an object burst out of the deep hole, aiming to break through the sky. However, when it reached a certain height, it was stopped by an invisible barrier. Narrowing his eyes, Guin saw that it was a forefinger, dark red throughout, with a tip sharp as a knife, 1,000 feet long, emanating a terrifying aura. The might displayed by this forefinger was not inferior to the early stage of the Tai-Ching Golden Immortal Realm, but the Tao spiritual qi surrounding it was even more dreadful. After being halted, the forefinger fell down, eventually crashing into a ruined temple and raising a cloud of dust tens of thousands of feet high. Guin used the lifespan detection on this finger, but found nothing, indicating that it wasn't a living being. He turned his head in another direction. A faint aura emitted from the grand palace where Zue resided. Soon, a figure peeked through the door crack. Zue. He still appeared to be just over 10 years old, unchanged from the last time Gu had seen him. Zue, Nirvana Realm 0/9999/9999. His age was still 0, his lifespan and maximum lifespan unchanged. Guin grew more curious. What exactly was this state? Under his gaze, Zue took a deep breath, as if bracing himself, and then ran towards the direction where the 1,000-foot forefinger had fallen. The little guy was fast, covering 100 miles in one step, as if blinking across space. Before long, he reached near the 1,000-foot forefinger, slowed his steps, and cautiously approached. When he stood before the 1,000-foot forefinger, it was as if facing a giant mountain. He reached out to touch the 1,000-foot forefinger. Guin frowned and subconsciously looked down his own right forefinger. He actually felt his forefinger being touched. With his high cultivation level, he couldn't be mistaken. Could this 1,000-foot forefinger be his own? As Zue touched the 1,000-foot forefinger, his eyes welled up, and he murmured something in a language not of the celestial spirit great world. As his tears fell on the 1,000-foot forefinger, the bizarre Tao spiritual qi on the finger surged towards him, seemingly wishing to transform him into another kind of creature. Gu's eyebrows furrowed. He felt a strong sense of cause and effect. That was not his finger. It belonged to an old acquaintance, not from his past life, but from his reincarnation body. It was Fairy Yaoxian, who he had met in his previous lifespan reincarnation. Fairy Yaoxian, in her attempt to save his reincarnation body, the Emperor of Eternal Life, had fallen into the Tao, condemned to eternal oblivion, her cause and effect hard to trace. If it weren't for the Emperor of Eternal Life using the power of the great cause and effect steel, it would have been impossible to capture even a sliver of Fairy Yaoxian's cause and effect. Through Shenzhen, the Emperor of Eternal Life sent Fairy Yaoxian's cause and effect to Guin, the real persona, which established a causal relationship between Fairy Yaoxian and Guin. This process, too complex to be captured by the naked eye, was nonetheless real. As the relationship between Gu and Shenzhen deepened, his sense of cause and effect connected to Fairy Yao Xian also strengthened. He became increasingly certain that the 1,000-foot forefinger was indeed Fairy Yao Xian's. If so, what was the relationship between Zue and Fairy Yao Xian? Could it be? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590, The Origin of the White Spirit Sword Gu, and recall the life of the Emperor of Eternal Life, and indeed, he had a relationship with Fairy Yao Xian. With their cultivation levels, whether they conceived a child depended on their will. He felt that the child was likely the Emperor of Eternal Lives, and that was why he felt some sort of cause and effect relationship with the child. As his cultivation level broke through, this feeling grew even stronger. He continued to watch the child, whose hands were pressed against the 1,000 index finger, weeping softly. The child didn't seem to feel some force entering his body. He was only indulging and venting his emotions. Guan was curious in his heart whether a lifespan breakthrough could teleport someone out. Just as this thought arose, he received an answer. No. This answer inexplicably appeared in his mind, probably a response from the lifespan breakthrough. With the answer, he dared not act rashly. The desperate celestial tomb was not simple. This place was like a sealed land, unable to be exited directly. As time passed, the child stopped crying. He leaned against the finger wall, slowly closed his eyes, and seemed to fall into a deep sleep. Guan began to deduce the child's destiny, but just as before, he couldn't calculate anything. He again looked toward the 1,000 index finger and continued to deduce. Source, web novel. Updated on N0 New. Guan suddenly made a sound of surprise, and his expression turned grave. This 1,000 index finger would later break out of the desperate celestial tomb and descend onto the great Thousand World. It would bring a great catastrophe to all heavens and myriad realms. Guan saw countless beings fall into evil, and he saw a dark force swallowing up pieces of the great Thousand World. He stopped deducing, his brow deeply furrowed. This index finger belonged to Fairy Yao Xian. Relying on it, Guan might be able to find Fairy Yao Xian in the future. But it would bring irreparable disaster to countless beings, meaning Guan could not take it out. After much thought, Guan decided to leave the 1,000 index finger and the child be for the time being. To prevent himself from wavering, Guan chose to teleport back. This teleportation used another 10 billion years of his lifespan. Now, however, he had reached the perfection of the heaven-opening Daluo immortal realm, and just crossing a minor realm had greatly advanced his strength. When he returned to the celestial spirit great world and opened his eyes, the environment around him hadn't changed, but he felt that the celestial spirit great world had weakened. It was so fragile that a single thought from him could shatter this part of the great Thousand World. He walked in a direction, ready to enjoy nature and wait for Xiaolan to fully stabilize her cultivation level before returning. The path of cultivation was like a river, with countless cultivators sailing on it. Some people sailed faster, some overtook others, and some capsized, plunging to the riverbed. Guan looked down at the myriad beings of the celestial spirit great world, contemplating the various states of life, a process that helped him understand the essence of the world. The birth of heaven and earth was not difficult for him, but the operation of the rules of heaven and earth contained a deeper level of Tao intent. The heavens and earths were innumerable, yet their operational rules were mostly similar. In the midst of it, perhaps there was an even more transcendent power supporting everything. Guan thought of the mysterious great Tao aura on the 1,000 index finger. What kind of great Tao was it, and why was it so peculiar? After breaking through to the wandering immortal realm, Xiaolan was extremely excited and dragged Gu in to visit Sage, Su, and their fellow disciples. Xianxia, the Novel Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sage, Su, and the other traveling immortal instructors had long known that this day would come, but they didn't expect it so soon. When Xiaolan was in the Qi cultivation realm, Sage Su was already in the wandering immortal realm. Yet when Xiaolan reached the wandering immortal realm, Sage Su was still in the wandering immortal realm. Even if the mentor-disciple relationship was as good as it got, Sage Su still felt a bit mixed inside, yet she hid her emotions very well. Standing on the side as a bystander, Guan watched these people congratulating Xiaolan, thinking with a sigh how life was unfair, and he found it quite amusing. Afterward, Xiaolan wished to return to Xiao Manor for a visit, and Sage Su had no objections. With the cultivation level Xiaolan now possessed, she was capable of standing on her own. After Sage Su gave her several reminders, she watched Xiaolan and her companion leave. A middle-aged female cultivator remarked with emotion, "Even though she has become a loose immortal, she still treats that kid Guan like a treasure. I really don't know what kind of enchanting potion Guan fed her." Before Xiaolan entered the loose immortal stage, they all worried that Guan would be a drag on her. Now, they only marveled at Xiaolan's deep affection for Guan. Such emotions were rare indeed. If they could keep this up, it would indeed be a beautiful tale. On the way back, it was still Xiaolan riding the clouds, her mood somewhat uneasy. The excitement brought on by her breakthrough was replaced by the nervous emotion of returning home. Thousands of years had passed, and her parents had long since departed this life. She already knew this, and she feared that Xiao Manor might no longer exist, that the descendants of the Xiao family might have forgotten her. "Don't worry, there won't be any issues. It's said that prodigies have their own destiny. This force, invisible and intangible, can protect those around them," Guan consoled. Xiaolan looked at Guan and asked curiously, "Brother Gu, don't you have any regrets?" From childhood, Guan had always been there for her. She had never seen him sad or disheartened, not even angry. He always remained gentle, cheerful. Not a hint of negative emotion could be seen on him. Thinking about it now, Guan seemed unrealistically perfect. The curiosity in Xiaolan's eyes grew even thicker, as if she wanted to see right through Guan. "Of course, I have regrets. Everything you've experienced, I've already been through. Once you've been through a lot and learn to let go, you won't feel as upset," Guan replied. This puzzled Xiaolan even more, and she asked, "You're only 20 years older than me. How can you speak as if you were thousands of years older than me?" Guan laughed and said, "In dreams, I've experienced more than you." "Really? Laner, have you ever thought about your goal in immortal cultivation?" "I actually have. Let's hear it. I want to be the master of the Tao Court," Xiaolan said with a proud smile, and seeing her smile, Guan felt a bit dazed. Yilan always loved to chase after power. It seemed some things remained unchanged by the cycles of reincarnation. Chasing power wasn't a bad thing. People should always have goals in life. "I hope to see you succeed in my lifetime," Guan sincerely said, making Xiaolan feel the pressure. Yes, her future was bright, but the same couldn't be said for Guan. Xiaolan feared that Guan would be saddened, so she started to change the subject. The prodigies of the primordial era were far stronger than those of the previous era, and the path to fame was naturally tougher. Xiaolan's reputation had already spread within the Tao Court, but in the eyes of the world, she was still unknown. She prepared to venture out for trials, to compete for treasures, to punish the wicked and eliminate evil, just like the immortals in the stories. However, she was somewhat worried about Gu and said she could go with peace of mind and that he would wait for her in the cave mansion, which relieved her considerably. Trials for treasures inevitably meant battle. She couldn't guarantee Gu's safety, but she also feared he might overthink it, leaving her hesitant. "By the way, Brother Gu, what is the origin of this white spirit sword?" Xiaolan asked out of curiosity. She had already discovered there was something unique about the white spirit sword. "The person who gave me this sword said it was from an immortal. I didn't believe it until I followed you on the path of cultivation. Its origins are for you to discover." "I'm not capable of that," Guan answered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591. With sentiment and without sentiment, thousands of years had passed, and Shao Manor indeed had changed beyond recognition, now known as Shao City, the strongest cultivation family in the region. Despite their eminent status, the descendants of the Shao family always remembered Xiaolon, and her portrait still stood in the ancestral hall for posterity to worship. Xiaolon looked at the excited descendants of the Shao family and thought of her brothers and sisters. The newly initiated wandering immortal couldn't help but become teary-eyed. Her cultivation level was high, and she had lived longer than the members of the Shao family. But in reality, she had faced too few hardships and spent the majority of her life in seclusion, so she still had the temperament of a young girl. Guan watched Xiaolon being surrounded by her descendants, his face filled with a smile. The Yilan of his past life had once dreamed of such a scene. Unfortunately, she had no living family, let alone descendants. Xiaolon stayed in Shao City for a whole month, and all the citizens knew that the old ancestor of the Shao family had returned. Even cultivators from other cities and sects came to visit. During that month, although Guan could see Xiaolon every day, they did not spend as much time together as in the past. Not because Xiaolon deliberately neglected him, but because the Shao family members were too enthusiastic. When they left Shao City, Xiaolon stood on cloud mists, raised her arms, and laughed loudly. From now on, I have a new goal, not only to be the master of the Dao Court, but also to help the Shao family become an eternally thriving cultivation family. Her whole being was full of fighting spirit, and an aura unique to great talents appeared on her. As for Xiaolan's lofty ambition, Guan thought it was good, as it was a common human sentiment, just like how he would take care of the supreme sect. Guan also knew his own problems, always saying he would not interfere, yet he couldn't help but take action. Long Tongue was the best example. No matter how high the cultivation level of a Taoist, they would always look after those close to them. Source: Web Novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. Guan suddenly thought of a question. Is it better for immortal gods to be affectionate or indifferent? Are heavenly Tao and great Tao affectionate? Guan fell into deep thought, while Xiaolon, unaware of what he was thinking, continued to express her lofty ambitions, as if shouting them could make heaven and earth witness her determination. In the Taizong Imperial Dynasty, inside the Great Hall of the palace, thousands of civil and military officials stood on both sides, watching a man dressed in gorgeous silver armor approach. This man was Long Tongue, wearing thick silver armor, like a silver dragon wrapped around his body, his helmet adorned with 2 phoenix wings, and a white cape fluttering as if it had a life of its own. At the front of the steps, Li Xiandao, dressed in emperor's robes, looked at Long Tongue, his face full of prideful smiles. Yang Jian also stood in the hall, dressed in official robes, not like a military leader, and he sized up Long Tongue, nodding slightly. Li Yu, who had accompanied Long Tongue to the Dao Court previously, was also present, his expression excited, even waving to Long Tongue. Long Tongue remained calm, walked up to the steps, knelt down, and raised his hand to salute Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao smiled and said, "Rise, your battle achievements have satisfied me." Seeing Long Tongue stand up, an elderly official took out a scroll and began to read. Admiral Long Tongue, who swept through the drowning sea demon domain, beheaded the dark demon emperor, shook the 7 seas, enhanced the holy might of Taizong, is hereby bestowed the title of Admiral of Celestial Praise, ranked 1st grade, to enjoy Taizong's destiny forever, and his divine statue to be listed in the Divine General's Mansion. His voice was full of vigor, echoing in the great hall, stirring discussions among the officials. Many were incredulous. They knew the emperor would reward Long Tongue generously, but no one expected such treatment for Long Tongue. 1st grade, nearly second to none. The position of admiral, previously only achieved by Yang Jian. Li Xiandao was very pleased with the official's amazement. He aimed to elevate Long Tongue to the pinnacle, letting everyone in the world know Long Tongue's name. Regardless of jealousy or disdain, Long Tongue was destined to soar. Li Xiandao raised his right hand, and a golden order shaped like a sword descended from the heavens, landing in front of Long Tongue. From now on, you may use this order to command any troops, viewing this order as seeing me personally, and may execute first and report afterwards. Li Zuando's voice echoed like a thunderclap, causing an uproar in the great hall, and even Yang Jian was taken by surprise. Li Yu was stunned, having not expected the emperor to go to such lengths. However, upon considering the relationship between Long Tongue and Guan, he found it reasonable. Although the Taizong imperial dynasty was strong, it was far from contending for supremacy over the world, and only with the support of supporting Dao, Sword Venerable, could there be hope. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Long Tongue received the order unflinchingly, his words resounding firmly. As he accepted the order, the courtiers all felt that a great change was about to come to the Taizong imperial dynasty, as not only had the emperor favored Long Tongue over the years, but had also promoted other members of the Long family. With Long Tongue being appointed as Admiral of Celestial Praise, the Long family had truly risen to the top echelon of the Taizong imperial dynasty, compelling even those with a deeper family heritage to take the Long family seriously. Hiss! A fierce wind swept into the great hall, causing everyone's complexion to drastically change. Long Tongue turned around, squinting his eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him and pushed forward with a palm. It was Yang Jian. As Yang Jian swung his palm, a tremendous mana erupted, seeming to strike an invisible existence, dispersing into a mist of energy. "Slaughter my demon soldiers and still wish to boast? Ridiculous!" A cold sneer sounded, and Yang Jian's complexion abruptly changed as a powerful demonic power dispersed his mana, forcing him to retreat. As he retreated, he did not bump into Long Tongue. Instead, he fixed his gaze, but Long Tongue's figure had already disappeared. Li Xiandao on the dragon throne was also compelled to gather his mana, but was still shocked into standing up. Ministers to either side were knocked to the ground, their cries of agony resounding. "Emperor Taizong, consider this a warning today. Your Admiral of Celestial Praise must die, and I will let my subordinates feast on his flesh." That cold sneer echoed again. The demonic wind in the hall ceased, and Yang Jian also disappeared from the hall, pursuing the source. Li Xiandao stood in front of the dragon throne, his brow furrowed, but he did not panic, his eyes mixed with a hint of unusual color. Long Tongue was bound by an unshakable demonic power, losing his ability to resist. He could not even open his eyes, feeling the world spinning and his divine soul inverting. This sensation lasted a long time until he was finally thrown to the ground. As the demonic power dissipated, he opened his eyes and found himself lying in a dim underground plaza, which was vast, and in front there was an altar over 1,000 zhang in diameter with a majestic stone statue standing behind it. A supremely fierce demon whose mere statue emitted an immense oppressive force. Long Tongue turned to look and saw a red cord binding his battle armor, sealing his mana, preventing him from standing up. A figure appeared out of nowhere in front of him, a hawk-headed demon wearing a loose Taoist robe and as tall as a small mountain. With his back to Long Tongue, the demon faced the statue and said, "Master, I really can't bear it. I can endure the excesses of the Taizong imperial dynasty, but this guy slaughtered my demon soldiers. I must tear him apart personally." S.E. the novel Ire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. A hoarse voice followed. "What is this person's name? Is he related to that existence?" The hawk-headed demon snorted coldly. "His name is Long Tongue. How could he possibly be related to that existence? Master, you are too cautious. Supporting Dao Sword Venerable has long left the celestial spirit great world. If he were really here, it wouldn't be the Dao court, but the supreme sect or the Taizong imperial dynasty that would unify the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592. God of the Great Thousand World, the voice of the eagle-headed demon echoed within the underground plaza, but the aged voice he called Master did not immediately respond. Long Tongue heard him mention supporting Tao, Sword Venerable, but his expression remained unchanged, and he did not disclose his relationship with the supporting Tao, Sword Venerable. The underground plaza fell into silence. The eagle-headed demon turned to look at Long Tongue lying on the ground. His right hand lifted, his palm transformed into an eagle's claw, elongated and sharp, with tips even flickering with a cold light. He looked down at Long Tongue with a cold smile on his face, unable to hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Long Tongue looked up at him, his face still calm, showing no fear. Seeing Long Tongue's composure, the eagle-headed demon's anger flared. His face became ferocious as he raised his claw towards Long Tongue. "Wait!" The ancient voice suddenly rang out, the fierce demon stone statue exuding tendrils of demon chi, quickly coalescing into a transformed demon. This was an old man, dressed in a black robe made of animal skin, flying in the air like a ghost. His white hair casually draped, covering most of his face, his gaze fixed on Long Tongue with furrowed brows. He is called Long Tongue. What is his relationship with Long Qing, the sect leader of the Supreme Sect? The old man asked. He was unable to foresee the cause and effect involving Long Tongue, which made him uneasy and filled with a strong sense of dread. Start the novel, F. Ire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He felt a disaster was imminent. The eagle-headed demon turned to look at his master, frowning. Even if he is related to the sect leader of the Supreme Sect, so what? When the Outer Heaven Power attacked before, the supporting Tao Sword Venerable did not appear, and over these years, descendants of the Long family have been harmed without all their adversaries being destroyed. He knew the identity of the sect leader of the Supreme Sect, a disciple of the supporting Tao Sword Venerable. But the disciples of supporting Tao Sword Venerable were not limited to one, Yang Jian included. When Yang Jian assisted the Taizong imperial dynasty in its conquests, he too had been captured by great powers, surviving countless life and death ordeals, never witnessing supporting Tao Sword Venerable in action. There were still enemies of Yang Jian roaming free, which was why the eagle-headed demon felt his master was too cautious. He even thought that his master was terrified by the supporting Tao Sword Venerable, lacking the spirit of a free immortal. The black-robed demon flickered, appearing before Long Tongue, the eagle-headed demon turning as well. What is your relationship with the Supreme Sect's Long family? The black-robed demon sternly asked Long Tongue. Long Tongue snorted. Kill or shred, I will heed your decision. He could tell this demon was deeply wary of the supporting Tao Sword Venerable, and he did not want to disgrace his ancestors. His attitude made the black-robed demon even more nervous, completely a stance full of confidence. The eagle-headed demon frowned. Master, let me kill him. The black-robed demon turned to look at him, his eyes fierce, deep voice declaring, If you dared, you would have killed him already. Why bring him before me? Isn't it because you're also uncertain and want your master to take the pressure off you? The eagle-headed demon's eyes widened, wanting to retort, but facing his master's gaze, he held back. Indeed, as his master said, although he was angry, deep down he did not scorn as he claimed verbally. If he truly feared no retribution from the supporting Tao Sword Venerable's legendary influence, he wouldn't have just watched Long Tongue slaughter demon soldiers. The more he thought about it afterward, the angrier he got, so he couldn't help but go to the Taizong imperial dynasty when he heard Long Tongue was being enthroned, and he blew up in rage, thus capturing Long Tongue. He was a divine thought true immortal, before whom Long Tongue had no power to resist. Moreover, you've underestimated the Taizong imperial dynasty. Someone has already caught up, the black-robed demon coldly remarked, his tone icy. The eagle-headed demon's face turned gloomy. The black-robed demon looked back at Long Tongue, and for some reason, seeing Long Tongue's calm face made him increasingly anxious. He also started to get angry. Idiot! How could you cause such a huge disaster? In today's world, a great era of strife with treasures emerging endlessly, he too needed demons to help him, which is why he supported this disciple. Now, he regretted it. The black-robed demon took a deep breath and said, "Send him back. He must not be harmed at all." What? The eagle-headed demon's face changed drastically. Its eyes filled with disbelief and anger as it looked at its master. The black-robed old demon suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura, causing the eagle-headed demon to stagger back. Either send it back, or our master-disciple relationship is over. I shall leave now, the black-robed old demon stated irrefutably. Upon hearing this, the eagle-headed demon panicked. Long Tongue watched the feud between the master and disciple, finding it noisy. Two useless creatures. Long Tongue wasn't panicking after being captured, not because he had something to rely on, but because he wanted to die, to plunge into reincarnation. He no longer paid attention to the two demons, instead closing his eyes and contemplating the celestial dragon reincarnation technique. Guan just glanced at Long Tongue's plight without paying much heed. Such occurrences weren't rare in the celestial spirit great world, where many of his old acquaintances had encountered similar situations. Once it was understood that they were connected to Guan, their enemies often hesitated and even started infighting. Guan was reading in the courtyard, still absorbed in the Xian hero travelogue. The profound celestial intent, now a wandering immortal, traveled more and more, writing a book for every location he visited. Some stories were fabricated, while others were true. Guan greatly admired that the profound celestial intent never forgot his roots. No matter how high his realm, he still wrote stories from the past without any pretense. The profound celestial intent didn't write Xian hero travelogue to please Guan. They hadn't seen each other for many years, and his writing was more for himself. Guan's copy of Xian hero travelogue was purchased from the immortal cultivation realm. He never offered any suggestions to the profound celestial intent. An Xian appeared out of thin air beside him and said, "Master, the Qingquan sect is planning to fight for an innate spiritual tree. Xianxia asked me to lend a hand. He said we could plant the tree near our dojo." Guan replied casually, "If you want to get involved, then do it." He wasn't very strict with an Xian. Over the years, she had helped the Qingquan sect numerous times and was already well known. Of course, the reason Guan tacitly approved of Nzin's involvement was that the Qingquan sect followed a righteous path. Unlike other sects that merely struggled for benefits, the Qingquan sect prioritized life, and if any creatures were threatened, they would intervene, prioritizing the preservation of life in any task. Acting chivalrously was a principle for disciples of the Qingquan sect. Nowadays, many join the Qingquan sect to become cultivating immortal heroes, not merely for longevity. Ilgo then, I've recently discussed with the Ghost Mother about improving the woodlands outside our dojo to try and cultivate more medicinal herbs. Ideally, I want the outside world to become a holy land of the human world, and Xian said softly with a laugh. She was now in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, holding the Tao treasure, the six paths mirror, capable of contending against all beings in the 9 heavens of the immortal path. Guan nodded slightly, his attention still on the book. And Xian glanced at the book cover and thought to herself, "The same book again. How can he never tire of it?" She bowed to Guan, then exchanged a few words with Xianxia in front of the artifact refining cauldron, before she left. As evening approached, Guan put down the Xian hero travelogue, stood up, and began to stretch his limbs. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Fancy going out for a bit?" Xianxia turned and looked at him, puzzled. "Then who will watch the artifact refining cauldron?" Actually, It doesn't need constant monitoring. Even without anyone, the Tao treasure can successfully form, Guan answered. Shenzhen's eyes widened. She almost cursed. Fighting back her anger, she asked, "So, where do you want to take me?" Guan replied, "To meet the gods of the great thousand world." Gods? Shenzhen's anger faded, replaced by curiosity. Source: Web Zero Vel. Com. Updated on Nav Zero. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593. The mischievous fate under the night sky. By the mountainside where the firelight flickered, Bai Sheng, the reincarnation of the celestial spirit god, sat cross-legged before the fire, cultivating energy to heal his wounds. He didn't notice someone watching him from the mountaintop nearby. Is he the celestial god from the great thousand world? Shenzhen looked down at Bai Sheng, asking with a face full of curiosity. To her, Bai Sheng appeared quite ordinary, hardly resembling a celestial god. Although Bai Sheng had undergone nirvana, he remained an insignificant figure in the world and was now facing the greatest ordeal of his life. The most important person to him had been captured by a peerless demon and was to become the demon consort. The news had spread across the demon lands, and demon kings from all quarters were preparing to offer their congratulations. If he wished to rescue his beloved, he would be up against the entire demon race of the demon lands. His pressure was immense, and without any other option, he had to cultivate alone in the desolate mountains and wilderness. Guan, feeling Bai Sheng's inner turmoil, replied, "He is a reincarnated celestial god. Don't be fooled by his weakness. His soul is the strongest existence in the world." Shenzhen wanted to ask how he compared to you, but she felt the question was unnecessary. "He seems very troubled," Shenzhen said softly, staring at Bai Sheng. Guan glanced at her and inwardly nodded in approval. Her cultivation level might not be strong, but her perception power was growing as she gained enlightenment. In terms of perceiving the great Tao, Shenzhen was certainly the strongest among the dojo's disciples, following a highly unconventional path in her cultivation. Guan briefly narrated the story of Bai Sheng and Su Jin and the predicament he was currently facing. Su Jin had been captured by a demon of the divine, thought, true immortal realm, the most powerful being in the land. Had it not been for Su Jin's pleas, Bai Sheng would have already been killed by that demon. During the years of cultivating together, this man and demon had already become soulmates, and Su Jin had saved Bai Sheng countless times. He couldn't imagine how he would live without Su Jin in the future. Especially thinking about the suffering Su Jin might endure, his heart was in agony. After hearing this, Shenzhen showed an interested expression. She was no ordinary woman and wasn't moved to tears by the tale of Bai Sheng and Su Jin. She was pondering another question. Why could Su Jin bridge the gap of reincarnation and find the reincarnated celestial god? She had a vague suspicion that Guan was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. "Let's go down and meet him." Guan dropped this remark and started walking down the mountain, with Shenzhen following closely. Walking behind Guan, she asked, "Are you going to help him?" The idea of such a powerful celestial god enduring the suffering of reincarnation made Shenzhen think of the world-shattering battle before the remaking of heaven and earth. Knowing Guan as she did, it was clear he wasn't trying to mock the celestial god. Rather, he wanted the celestial god to understand the suffering of mortal spirits and thus become a celestial immortal that all sentient beings aspired to. Since ancient times, countless legends about immortal gods had existed, yet rarely did genuine immortal gods descend to save the world. For cultivators, immortal gods represented more of an aspirational goal. Cultivators long for the immortal gods, not for the responsibilities they carry, but for the capability of immortality. Walking ahead, Guan said with a soft chuckle, "Helping him is also helping those demons." After all, Bai Sheng was no ordinary man. Once he awakened the will of the celestial spirit god, it would take only a thought to turn those demons to dust. Of course, if Guin aided those demons in suppressing the celestial spirit god, they wouldn't meet such an end. But why would Guin want to help them? To forcefully wed another's beloved was inherently immoral. Xianxia quickened her pace to walk alongside him, and together they approached Bai Sheng. With the help of Guin's mana, Bai Sheng didn't sense Xianxia's presence, nor hear their footsteps. It wasn't until the two of them were right in front of Bai Sheng that Guin coughed falsely, startling Bai Sheng into opening his eyes suddenly. Seeing the sudden appearance of two people in front of him, Bai Sheng was frightened and immediately jumped up, quickly creating distance and watching Guin and Xianxia warily. He subconsciously thought that the two were demons in disguise, capable of approaching him without his notice, which surely meant their cultivation level was higher than his. Could they be subordinates sent by the demon emperor? Bai Sheng drew his sword, ready to fight. Guin looked at him and laughed, asking, "Don't you remember me?" Hearing this, Bai Sheng hesitantly asked, "You are?" He had only known Guin for less than a year, and now, after so many springs and autumns had passed, he had long forgotten Guin, only occasionally recalling when he first witnessed the power of immortal cultivation. He would think of an old friend who died in that city. Sir, the novel F. Ire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guin, brother Bai, have you forgotten? I accompanied you to the imperial examination and even taught you swordsmanship, Guin said with a wry smile. After hearing this, Bai Sheng concentrated and quickly widened his eyes. He didn't immediately trust Guin, instead pinching himself, thinking he might be under the influence of a demon's illusion technique. Xianxia covered her mouth to conceal her laughter at his actions. Guin patiently explained, "We are not transformed demons. If we were as you suspect, we wouldn't bother deceiving you. We would just kill you." Bai Sheng thought it made sense, but he was completely unprepared for the fact that someone from his memory, long thought dead, was still alive and standing in front of him. He overlooked one detail, that Guin somehow knew what he was thinking. "Brother Gu, where did you go back then?" Bai Sheng asked awkwardly, the passage of time having erased his recollection of the feeling of their companionship. Guin sat in front of the fire and gestured for Bai Sheng to come back. Xianxia sat next to Gu and with poise, appearing like an immortal goddess from heaven, her knees pointing towards Guin, clearly positioning him as the principal figure. Bai Sheng took a deep breath, returned to the fire. He was at his wit's end, and if he could not save Su Jin, life would be meaningless. His eyes became resolute, and he resumed his seat from before. "Talking about me is pointless. Do you want to save Su Jin?" asked Guin, picking up a stick and poking at the fire as he spoke. Bai Sheng's eyes lit up, asking, "Do you have a way? As long as you can help me save her, I'm willing to pay any price." Guin looked at him, his gaze sharpening. "What if it meant your death?" "I'm willing," Bai Sheng answered without hesitation. Guin continued, "If you die, she might marry someone else. How would that be any different from now? That demon doesn't want to kill her." Bai Sheng's complexion changed slightly, but he still said through gritted teeth, "It's different. I want her to be able to pursue the happiness she desires, not be coerced. As long as you can save her, I'm ready to die at any time." This scene reminded Gu and of when the boss had saved number 5 all those years ago. Back then, as now, Su Jin had given hope to the boss, but at the cost of his life. Destiny really had a way of playing tricks on people. Guin looked down at the fire, as if contemplating whether or not to save Su Jin. Bai Sheng pressed, "That demon emperor is a divine thought, true immortal from the 8th heaven of immortal Tao. Do you know of a being stronger than him?" He noticed his question made the woman beside Guin laugh again, the corners of her mouth lifting uncontrollably as though she were mocking him. Guin leisurely said, "Don't rush. Let me tell you a story." Bai Sheng's heart was burning with urgency, hardly in the mood for stories, but before he could refuse, Guin began to speak. "In outer heaven, far in the depths of the universe, there is a gate known as the World Gate, below which resides a deity called the Celestial Spirit God. Outer Heaven. God. Bai Sheng was suddenly captivated and listened intently to Gu An's continuing tale. Shun Jun was also listening intently, even beginning to imagine such a scene. A towering gate standing in the cosmos. Beneath it, a deity. Images began forming in her mind. She even saw other scenes. Source: Web0vel. Com. Updated on Nav 0. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594. The price of becoming a god. The night was like water, the fires on the hillside illuminating a 30-foot radius. Bai Sheng listened to Gu and telling the story of the celestial spirit god, his heart longing, his face full of disbelief. There were such beings beyond the heavens. The resolute, almost invincible celestial spirit god filled Bai Sheng with admiration. Even the strongest gods have desires, said Guan with a sigh. For the sake of the ultimate treasure, he decided to destroy the great thousand world. And for that, he paid a painful price, cast into reincarnation by a greater power, to undergo the suffering of mortal spirits. Listening to this, Bai Sheng's thoughts churned dramatically. He couldn't help but ask, so, you know who the celestial spirit god reincarnated into? Can you have him help me? In his eyes, the 9 heavens of the immortal path was the pinnacle of immortal cultivation. The great demon who had reached the 8th heaven was already unparalleled, so surely the celestial spirit god must be of the 9th heaven cultivation level. Why would Guan bring up the celestial spirit god for no reason? He must have a way to find the celestial spirit god. Faced with Bai Sheng's eager gaze, Guan replied, I do indeed know where he is, and if he takes action, he will surely be able to deal with that demon emperor. But what? But celestial gods are only bound by the heavenly Tao. No one knows what he thinks. Reviving him might bring catastrophe to the entire world. Hearing this, Bai Sheng fell silent. He felt that Su Jin was most important, but to gamble the freedom of all living beings on Su Jin's freedom was far too selfish. Search * the novel F. Ire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He admitted he was no great philanthropist. He could be selfish, but he could not hurt innocent people. Shenzhen watched Bai Sheng caught in his dilemma, finding it amusing, wondering whether Bai Sheng's feelings for Su Jin would change after he had restored the will of the celestial spirit god. Bai Sheng gritted his teeth and asked, Is there no other way? The lives of all living beings, including me, including Su Jin, and including all of you, if saving them requires such a cost, it's meaningless. Guan said with profound meaning, Of course there is, and that is for you to convince the celestial spirit god to change his views, to become the god that all living beings want. How could I possibly do that? Bai Sheng asked with a frown. Upon entering the immortal cultivation realm, he felt his own mediocrity. There were far too many people in this world with far greater talent than him. He had only come this far by the help of Su Jin. Could someone like him persuade a celestial god? He didn't see himself as the protagonist of a story. He looked at Guan, anxiously awaiting an answer, but Guan didn't respond, just staring at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, which confused him even more. Suddenly, Bai Sheng had a thought. His face turned pale, and his eyes widened. His body began to tremble. Could I be the reincarnation of the celestial spirit god? Bai Sheng struggled with the turmoil in his heart and asked cautiously. Guan met his gaze and said, If you become him, Su Jin will not be as important in your heart, but you could make him help you save Su Jin. At those words, Bai Sheng's face darkened. Don't worry, you still have time to choose. The long night stretches before us. Why not think about this life? As Guan spoke, he raised his hand, and a plump chicken, plucked clean of feathers, appeared in his hand, and he began to roast the chicken. Shenzhen added from the side, Sprinkle on more cumin. This was the first complete sentence she had said in front of Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng looked at the plump chicken in Gu N's hands, his thoughts drifting off to a time long ago. Deep within a tranquil palace, Su Jin sat in front of a large bronze mirror, looking at her own beautiful reflection with hollow eyes. She began to feel weary. In pursuit of Bai Sheng, it took her 10,000 years. Helping Bai Sheng with his immortal cultivation, it took her another 10,000 years. Alas, there were always endless troubles in the world, standing in their way. She even wondered, would Bai Sheng have lived a better life without her? She had come to understand that in life, suffering is inevitable. No one is forever happy and content. Instead of being perpetually dissatisfied, it's better to think about the times once had. Su Jin began to reminisce about the moments she and Bai Sheng carefreely spent in the human world, her face revealing a sweet smile. Just then, a graceful figure emerged from the darkness behind her, a female demon in a purple dress, with a slender figure and delicate features. Tiny purple scales adorned her cheeks. She approached Su Jin from behind and bowed gently. "My lady, it's said that the Demon Emperor has invited the Demon Emperor from the human world as a guest. This grand marriage is no small matter. It will be a moment for the Demon Emperor to demonstrate his influence to the entire demon race, and your fame will spread throughout the world." The purple-dressed female demon spoke softly, her voice filled with admiration and longing. Su Jin replied calmly, "It seems the Emperor has even bigger ambitions. Yes, there are countless demon emperors and demon kings in this world. The human race has the Tao court to unite all, but the demon race doesn't have an absolute ruler yet. The Emperor wants to become such an existence," continued the purple-dressed female. Su Jin remained silent, listening to her talk about the affairs of the demon race. She felt a pang of emotion inside. Indeed, the world was so vast. To have managed so many years of joy with Bai Sheng was already extraordinary. How many loving couples could stay together for so long? She knew Bai Sheng would come to rescue her again, but he wouldn't be able to take her away. The only way to save him was to let go of their love. Su Jin's gaze gradually became cold. She was burying her love deep within her heart. "By the way, my lady, a celestial has recently appeared in the city. He claims to be a servant of the heavenly Tao, serving the true celestial gods. He says an celestial god will be born within our demon city. The Emperor values him highly, allowing him to wander the city freely. It's hard to tell if it's true or false," pondered the purple-dressed demon, chin in hand. Su Jin became interested and asked, "A celestial? What's his name?" "He calls himself the Taoless Celestial." "Taoless Celestial? Sounds quite rebellious." "My lady, be careful not to speak carelessly, in case he hears you." It was a sunny day, no wind, no rain. Gu and Xianxia and Bai Sheng stepped through the gates of the demon city, awestruck by the magnificent streets ahead of them. Xianxia was utterly captivated. "I never imagined the land of the demon race could be so thriving, and there are also many cultivators coming and going," mused Xianxia. The demons here were great demons capable of transformation. At first glance, the city seemed like one of the human race, but a closer look revealed many still had characteristics of their original demon forms. The city was vast and limitless, with mountains and uneven terrain within, the streets noisy with clamor, and the skies crowded with various mounts and magical treasures flying past, dazzling onlookers. Bai Sheng had also come to this demon city for the first time. Just witnessing its prosperity made him feel immense pressure. Not to mention cultivation level. The fact that the Demon Emperor could create such a city was beyond comparison with him. At least the opponent could bring prosperity to a region, but what about him? Apart from the cheap love he felt for Su Jin, what meaning did his existence hold in this world? Guan looked at Bai Sheng and smiled. "Whenever you're ready, you can start." Bai Sheng took a deep breath and said, "I want to look around a bit more before making a decision." "Let's do it together. There's also someone in the city I'd like to meet," Guan said with a soft laugh, a playful glint in his eyes. He never expected that guy was still alive. Source: Web Zero Vel. Com. Updated on Nav Zero. Co if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, I Really Thought You Were Him. HTML goo and discovered traces of Wu Dao Xian in this demon city. Wu Dao Xian was the master of the Black Profound Emperor, and he incited the Black Profound Emperor to slay his reincarnation body. He, like the Black Profound Emperor, had died at the hands of the celestial spirit god, yet he had not truly fallen. Wu Dao Xian tutored the Black Profound Emperor in the Taoist unique venerate skill. This cultivation technique was extremely exquisite, and Guan had imparted it to Xianxia and Xianxia. With this skill, they were able to strive towards the golden immortal Tao fruit. It was worth mentioning that Zhu also learned the Taoist unique venerate skill from the immortal seeker, suggesting that there was some connection between the immortal seeker and Wu Dao Xian. Of course, there was also the possibility that this cultivation technique was related to the celestial court. Currently, Zhu was roaming other great thousand worlds. The immortal seeker was nowhere to be seen, and yet Wu Dao Xian surfaced first. He could feel that this Wu Dao Xian was not the true self. His true self was hidden within a secret space on the path of the great Tao. The specifics of the location could only be explored after contacting his avatar. Wu Dao Xian proclaimed that an immortal god would be born here, which piqued Gu Anna's interest in him even further. Could it be that he anticipated the revival of the celestial spirit god here? If that were the case, it would certainly be intriguing. Gu and was not afraid of Wu Dao Xian causing trouble. Wu Dao Xian was not tolerated by the celestial court and had to hide everywhere, so it was unlikely he would collude with the celestial court. As for what sort of backing Wu Dao Xian had, Gun was also quite interested. Baixing did not mind Gu An's proposal. He walked ahead first, indifferent to the person Gu and wanted to meet, as his mind was solely on Su Jin. Shenzhen and Guan followed behind him. Shenzhen used the sound transmission technique to ask, "He's so absent-minded. Could he be willing to give up Su Jin? We'll know the answer today." Guan replied using the sound transmission technique. He looked at Bai Sheng's back and felt deeply moved. It wasn't Bai Sheng and Su Jin's relationship that moved him, but his brotherhood with Bai Sheng. He somewhat missed the days of exploring mountains and waters and drinking joyously with Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng did not know he was the supporting Tao sword venerable, treated him with less reverence, and had no ulterior motives. They had a sense of kindred spirits. Sadly, times change, and Bai Sheng had lost his carefree nature and had long forgotten him. Over 30,000 years had passed. Now the only one he could chat freely with was Shenzhen. Perhaps the loss of such companionship was the price of power. As Guan was sighing over the changes brought by time, the demon city grew increasingly lively. A strong wind swept through, startling the demons and cultivators on the streets as they looked up, only to see a large fish with black wings flying over the city walls and heading towards the distance. Its wingspan spanned thousands of feet, blocking out the sky and plunging the street where Guan and his companions stood into darkness. Bai Sheng, having seen much, was not surprised. But if he knew that there was a pavilion on the fish's back, with someone inside not weaker than the Demon Emperor, he would surely be shocked. The Demon Emperor of this city was named the Great Liang Demon Emperor. Although he was a divine thought, true immortal in cultivation, he possessed clues to a heaven and earth ultimate treasure, which is why all the great powers came to celebrate. Heaven and earth ultimate treasure was the immortal cultivation realm's term for the most powerful magical treasures. These treasures were rich with destiny, even capable of creating a world, harboring the power of heaven and earth. These heaven and earth ultimate treasures also originated from the battle court. Those who crafted them were all golden immortals. Thus, they contained world power. Guan did not harbor ill feelings towards the great Liang Demon Emperor. Although this guy kidnapped Su Jin, He treated her politely and promised to only win her heart before taking her. The reason for holding the grand wedding in advance was because that heaven and earth ultimate treasure was about to be born. It was worth noting that people from the Dao court also came to congratulate the great Liang Demon Emperor. Different realms had different circles. The great Liang Demon Emperor could at most invite those in the Zizai immortal realm. Such beings were rare great powers in the world and were considered ancient myths to mortal spirits. Bai Sheng, though wandering aimlessly, was being subtly guided towards Wu Dao Xian under the influence of Gu An's Dao intent. As time went by, more and more powerful beings arrived, with steeds even grander than the previous black-winged fish, bringing glory to the city's demons. They did not know just how strong those powers were. They only felt the commanding presence of the great Liang Demon Emperor. An hour quickly passed. Unknowingly, Bai Sheng arrived in front of a giant stele, located at a crossroads on the street, towering 100 feet high and surrounded by hundreds of beings. Wu Dao Xian was also here. In this lifetime, Wu Dao Xian wore a blue Taoist robe, his hair completely white, and held a horsetail whisk in his hand, exuding an immortal-like aura. He held the whisk in one hand and stroked his beard with the other, seemingly deep in thought. Guan walked directly towards him, brushing past Bai Sheng. Following close behind, Shenzhen's steps made by Sheng subconsciously follow suit. This stele seems to contain some profound meaning. Guan approached Wu Dao Xian and spoke softly. Wu Dao Xian glanced at him, initially dismissive, but upon seeing him, Wu Dao Xian's expression suddenly changed. Saw the Oval Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Wu Dao Xian scrutinized Guan, asking, "What? Did you see something?" To him, Guan appeared to be merely a celestial and earthly immortal, but Gu An's features seemed familiar. Asterisk, why did he resemble that rebellious disciple of mine from before? Asterisk Gu and looked at Shenzhen and asked with a smile, "Did you see anything?" Upon hearing the question, Shenzhen began to seriously examine the 100-foot-tall stele in front. Wu Dao Xian kept his gaze on Guan, his eyes sharp, seemingly wanting to see through him. Bai Sheng stood at the back, inspecting Wu Dao Xian. He had seen many Taoists like Wu Dao Xian before, but he could feel that Wu Dao Xian had a certain hostility towards Guan. "I see a giant red tortoise. This stele is a piece of its shell." Shenzhen suddenly spoke, causing Wu Dao Xian to shift his gaze to her, eyes filled with surprise. Asterisk, this woman can actually see through it? Asterisk, Shenzhen continued to observe intently. She frowned and said, "The red tortoise is still alive, seeking to find this fragment of its shell." Wu Dao Xian became interested in her and asked with a smile, "This young lady is remarkable, seeing the cause and effect from outer heaven. May I ask whose tutelage you are under?" Shenzhen snapped back to reality and did not answer Wu Dao Xian. Instead, she looked towards Guan, giving an answer with her eyes. Wu Dao Xian turned his attention back to Guan and sighed. "Young brother, you bear a strong resemblance to a certain disciple of mine. Were it not for seeing with my own eyes his soul scattered, I might have thought you were him." His eyes showed a trace of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about that disciple. Bai Sheng, hearing this, breathed a silent sigh of relief. It didn't sound like a vendetta. Although unsure of how strong Guan was, he sensed that Wu Dao Xian's Dao practice was unfathomable. Such a man was not to be provoked. Guan nodded and said, "You also resemble a master of mine. Were it not for seeing with my own eyes his beheading, I might have thought you were him." With these words, Wu Dao Xian's pupils shrank suddenly. Almost instantly, he lifted his right hand. Shenzhen and Bai Sheng were unable to react in time. However, Gu An's movement was quicker. Slap! Gu An's right hand landed on Wu Dao Xian's shoulder, and with this pat, his mana dissipated instantly, his eyes widening. Source: Web 0 Vel. Com. Updated on Nav 0. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596 Innate Immortal Gods Gu and stared at Wu Dao Immortal, his eyes full of shock and anger. Because it wasn't his real body, he didn't despair. He stared intently at Guan and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Guan pressed on him, saying, I didn't expect you to be alive either. Shenzhen and Bai Sheng sensed something was wrong and became vigilant. Wu Dao Immortal asked coldly, Did you come specifically to find me, or for him? Guan smiled and said, He has already arrived, right before your eyes. Hearing this, Wu Dao Immortal was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked toward Shenzhen. Could it be that Shenzhen, with such low cultivation level, was a reincarnation of the celestial spirit god? Although Shenzhen was female, Wu Dao Immortal, who had seen and known much, found the notion of a man reincarnating as a woman not strange at all. Guan shook his head and turned to glance at Bai Sheng, saying, The god who slew me back then is him. Wu Dao Immortal couldn't help but look towards Bai Sheng, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. In his eyes, Bai Sheng seemed so mediocre. Bai Sheng was also stunned. He subconsciously looked at Guan. Had Guan died at his hands in a previous life? Wasn't that a deep grudge and great hatred? In such circumstances, why would Guan want to help him? Shenzhen had not expected Gu and to have such a past either, and inwardly sighed that indeed, behind invincibility was a difficult path. Wu Dao Immortal fell into silence, more concerned with what Guan wanted to do than the reincarnation of the celestial spirit god. This body was still too weak, unable to resist this young man's suppression. Wu Dao Immortal was annoyed, thinking of many years of grievances, his anger uncontrollably rising. Once he had placed great expectations on the Black Profound Emperor, but unfortunately, the Black Profound Emperor resisted him and even caused him to be executed by the celestial spirit god, and his real Bodis injuries hadn't fully recovered to this day. Guan saw through what he was thinking and said, Let's watch a good show together next. As his words fell, Guan withdrew his hand, but Wu Dao Immortal felt his chi power being sealed within his body. He was now like a mortal, utterly powerless. Wu Dao Immortal knew he couldn't escape, so he didn't act rashly. He turned his gaze to Bai Sheng and said, The immortal god I'm looking for is not him. Guan asked, Are there other immortal gods in this realm? He hadn't detected the traces of other immortal gods, but he didn't doubt Wu Dao Immortal's words. Instead, it piqued his curiosity. Even though there were no traces of immortal gods, the legacies of immortal gods were there. LV held an immortal god's legacy, and before the reshaping of heaven and earth, followers of immortal gods wandered the human world, promoting the name of the heavenly Tao. These signs proved that an immortal god could appear at any time. Yes, this god is not an ascended god, but an innate immortal god, born from the celestial Tao destiny. Wu Dao Immortal replied, not minding sharing this information with Guan despite being sealed by him. Though they had deadly enmities, both stood against the celestial court. Guan thought of Fairy Yao Xian and suddenly guessed something, directing his gaze towards Su Jin. Indeed, Su Jin was pregnant, deliberately hiding and sealing the fetus, stopping its development, undetected even by the great Liang Demon Emperor. CTHNL Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Bai Sheng had reincarnated many times and fathered children, but had never begotten an innate immortal god. Why could he this time? Guan carefully observed. The child in Su Jin's womb had no trace of celestial Tao destiny. Could it transform later? Guan pondered as his gaze shifted towards the 100-zhong steel ahead. He began to chat idly with Wu Dao Xian, discussing the heavens and earth and the origins of the steel. Bai Sheng noticed that those around them showed no reaction, as if they hadn't heard the conversation about the immortal gods. He realized he had embroiled himself in great trouble. Yet he was prepared to face death, if only it could save Su Jin. Past lives, destinies, he didn't believe in any of it. He was him. He was not a god. and should he become one, the Godhead turn and would surely not be ruled by his current will. Whatever being you are, your resurrection was caused by my sacrifice, and you must help me save her, just save her, without harming anyone else. Bai Sheng silently recited this to himself, as though he were conversing with his own soul. Time continued to advance, and the hour of the great wedding grew ever nearer. In the heart of Demon City, a sumptuous feast had already begun. The great Liang Demon Emperor was making small talk with various guests. Female demons danced and sang, and various spirit fruits and spiritual wine were presented, making everything appear luxuriously lively. Although Bai Sheng couldn't see the details of the grand wedding, listening to conversations of passers-by made him increasingly anxious. Within Demon City, his divine sense met obstacles everywhere, forcing him into wild speculations. He frequently glanced at Gu En, who was steadily chatting with Wu Daoxian, oblivious to the matter of him becoming the celestial spirit god. This only heightened his unease and anxiety. Today is the great wedding day of the great Liang Demon Emperor and his beloved Su Jin. I thank all who have come to support this event. To make your journey worthwhile, I will present a heaven and earth ultimate treasure for all to experience the true meaning of the great Tao. Whether high or low in cultivation level, all may find a connection with the Tao. The voice of the great Liang Demon Emperor suddenly boomed through the city, interrupting the conversation between Gu En and Wu Daoxian. Bai Sheng immediately became desperate, unable to resist speaking out. "Brother Gu, aren't we starting yet?" Gu En turned to look at him, asking, "Have you thought it through?" Bai Sheng took a deep breath and said, "I've thought it through. Let me become him, become the celestial spirit god." Hearing the voice of the great Liang Demon Emperor had driven him to lose all reason, with his only thought being to save Su Jin. Wu Daoxian also glanced at Bai Sheng, a sneer appearing in his eyes. Could the all-powerful, invincible celestial spirit god really be trapped by love? His gaze shifted back to Gu En, thinking this youngster was definitely up to no good, playing such tricks on a celestial god. Hearing Bai Sheng's words, a change came over Gu En's eyes, and Bai Sheng, meeting his gaze, felt the world spinning around him. At the same time, in central Demon City, on 1,000 steps, Su Jin stood next to the great Liang Demon Emperor under a red bridal veil, conducting herself with grace. The great Liang Demon Emperor, clad in a dragon-embroidered black robe and towering in stature, with 2 horns amid his blood-red hair, merely standing there emitted an unrivaled aura. The great Liang Demon Emperor surveyed the expansive square below, where high platforms surrounded the perimeter, each occupied by beings whose cultivation level was no less than his. He was quite pleased with his pulling power. After today's grand event, his fame would spread across the whole world. He first aimed to make all demons across the world recognize his name, which would then pave the way for unifying the entire demon race. The news of the heaven and earth ultimate treasure stirred an uproar among the high platforms. Many demons and cultivators hadn't expected the great Liang Demon Emperor to unveil such a treasure directly. The great Liang Demon Emperor relished their discussions. Just as he was about to speak, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded from afar, surging to the skies. Boom! The entire demon city shook violently, causing the expressions of great demons and great cultivators to change as they all turned in the same direction. The smile on the great Liang Demon Emperor's face froze, his brows furrowing, a chill appearing in his eyes. Someone dared to challenge his authority? Truly seeking death. Source: Web0vel. Com. Updated on Nav 0. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597. Go meet God at the 100-yard steel. Hundreds of cultivators and demons looked towards Bai Sheng in shock. Bai Sheng's body burst forth with dazzling white light, his chi force like flames, his robes fluttering intensely, the light masking his features, making him appear quite divine and full of oppressiveness. Shun Zhen's cheeks fluttered with her hair, her eyes widened, looking at Bai Sheng in surprise. Although she had known before coming that Bai Sheng would transform into a celestial spirit god, actually witnessing this scene still surprised her. She could feel Bai Sheng's soul transforming, a power that made her Tao heart tremble surged forth, unstoppable. Such a powerful presence was truly worthy of a celestial god. Shun Zhen couldn't help but glance at Guan. She secretly wondered just how powerful was Guan, who could have thrust such a formidable figure into reincarnation. Fellow Taoist Wu Dao was also surprised. He could tell that the celestial spirit god hadn't entered reincarnation willingly. Thinking back to 20,000 years ago, when the Great Thousand World underwent reconstruction, the celestial spirit god disappeared. Could it have been the Black Profound Emperor's doing? He looked towards Guan, filled with confusion. How exactly did this boy manage it? Bai Sheng, who was recovering his cultivation level, slowly floated upwards, attracting more and more beings to gaze at him. Figures appeared atop the buildings in all directions. Those were demon soldiers of the great Liang Demon Emperor, none with small cultivation levels. But upon seeing Bai Sheng, each showed a face full of fear. As Bai Sheng's aura grew stronger, powerful figures continuously appeared in the sky. On the steps above, Su Jin couldn't help but lift her veil, her makeup exquisite, as beautiful as an immortal in a painting, her eyebrows furrowed. For some reason, this momentum felt vaguely familiar to her. She tried to remember, but couldn't recall where and when she had felt such an aura before. "My beloved, don't panic. I will return momentarily," said the great Liang Demon Emperor in a low voice, though his face didn't appear as calm as he felt inside, because that mysterious aura was rising too quickly, so much so that he couldn't remain seated. Just after speaking, he vanished from the spot. Su Jin still looked towards the sky where the aura soared, her pupils suddenly widening. She seemed to think of something. Boom! A gust of fierce wind came howling, making Su Jin's dress flutter violently. Time seemed to freeze. She instinctively glanced over and saw a figure glowing with intense light standing next to her. In this figure's hand held a demon, the great Liang Demon Emperor. The great Liang Demon Emperor was held by the throat by the glowing figure's right hand, lifted into the air, unable to break free, his face showing pain and anger. Su Jin's heart churned wildly. Too late to think. The great Liang Demon Emperor had just flown out and was captured. Even after living more than 20,000 years, she was stunned at that moment. Outrageous! A roaring shout shook heaven and earth. A great power cultivator from the Zizai, immortal realm, appeared next to the great Liang Demon Emperor, wanting to rescue him. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, this great power cultivator was knocked back away, smashing through a palace and further buildings, disappearing into the distance. The glow on Su Jin's face faded. She gradually saw the true face of the person next to her, and she couldn't help but widen her eyes. This person was Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng looked no different from before. Only his hair was disheveled and fluttering in the wind. His expression was so indifferent, his gaze towards the great Liang Demon Emperor, as if looking at a dead man. "You! How is this possible?" The great Liang Demon Emperor spoke with a trembling voice, his tone filled with shock. He naturally recognized Bai Sheng. When Su Jin had pleaded for Bai Sheng before, Bai Sheng seemed no different than an insect at his eyes. Had it only been so long? Search *the novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Bai Sheng had actually rendered him unable to resist. He even felt that if Bai Sheng exerted force, he would shatter. He had never felt such a terrifying sensation before. His heart was extremely fearful. Su Jin gazed at the indifferent Bai Sheng, murmuring to herself. At this moment, Bai Sheng was no longer Bai Sheng, but the celestial spirit god. The celestial spirit god glanced at her, furrowing his brow, the coldness in his eyes making Su Jin's heart ache deeply. More and more mighty figures appeared around. They were not aligned with the great Liang Demon Emperor, but were there for the heaven and earth ultimate treasure. Who might you be? The heaven and earth ultimate treasure has not yet appeared. So why are you fellow Taoists in such a rush to act? Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Such aura has already surpassed the 9 heavens of the immortal path, and it is still rising. I feel like he is not here for the heaven and earth ultimate treasure. It's like he has just awakened from reincarnation tribulation. As each powerful being took out their magical treasures, the entire demon city trembled nonstop, with stones even flying around and dark clouds gradually gathering in the sky, darkening the demon city. The celestial spirit god ignored the discussions around him, slightly tilting his head and looking towards the distance with the corner of his eye. He had already spotted Guan and Wu Dao Immortal. He knew he couldn't escape, still being under control. He didn't feel the urge to seek revenge on Guan. He was savoring the experiences of this lifetime. In fact, he was still Bai Sheng, feeling as though he had personally lived this life, just that his mindset had reverted to that of the celestial spirit god, a subtle feeling, yet not discordant at all. Su Jin mustered up her courage and asked again, "What exactly? I have already awakened the primordial will. What you faced before was me in the midst of reincarnation. He sacrificed himself, hoping I would act to save you." The celestial spirit god cut off her words, saying indifferently with no emotional fluctuation in his voice. After listening, Su Jin's beautiful eyes widened, her mind thrown into disarray. The great Liang Demon Emperor felt even more terrified after hearing this, as he was well aware of the concept of reincarnation, sinking his heart into despair. With his enmity with Bai Sheng, he feared that the other party wouldn't let him go. The great Liang Demon Emperor closed his eyes, bracing himself for death. Just then, he suddenly felt the grip on his neck release. He instinctively opened his eyes, meeting the indifferent gaze of the celestial spirit god, causing him to tremble. He didn't dare turn and run, for he had already felt the vast difference in cultivation level between them. For eternity, you shall not come across her again. Otherwise, you will never transcend this cycle. No existence in this world can help you. The voice of the celestial spirit god reached the ears of the great Liang Demon Emperor, turning his face pale. As the celestial spirit god turned to look at Su Jin, the great Liang Demon Emperor was so frightened that he immediately fled. As he fled, the celestial gods watching from the sky also began to waver and eventually chased after him. They hadn't forgotten the purpose of their trip. It was the heaven and earth ultimate treasure that they sought. As the sky filled with great power cultivators and demons departing, a strong wind stirred, blowing through the garments of Su Jin and the celestial spirit god. The celestial spirit god slowly lifted his chin, looking down on Su Jin, and said, "Stop looking at me with those eyes. You're merely a trial I encountered in my reincarnations. You shouldn't chase after me. Perhaps you aren't even aware that you're being manipulated like a pawn, and any connection between us is false." Su Jin's eyes filled with tears. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Even the feelings we had when we were in love, were those false too?" The celestial spirit god frowned. "In face of the great Tao, all emotions are false. Now scram." He turned away, looking in the direction where Guan was. Su Jin wanted to say more, but the celestial spirit god slapped her abdomen with the back of his hand, sending her flying towards the horizon, quickly disappearing from sight. The entire demon city had descended into chaos. Countless demons took to the skies to see what exactly had happened. Many also fled in panic. Guan, Xianxia, and Wu Dao Immortal saw the figures around them swiftly dispersing. "Let's go, it's time to see the god," Guan said softly with a smile, then stepped towards the sky, Xianxia and Wu Dao Immortal following behind. Wu Dao Immortal found himself unable to move, only capable of following Guan flying towards the celestial spirit god. From a distance, As his gaze landed on the celestial spirit god, his face turned unnatural, his head involuntarily twitching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598 Celestial Court and Mortal Spirit Gu and brought Xianxia and the Immortal who defied Tao. And soon they arrived at the wedding banquet plaza of the great Liang Demon Emperor. At that moment, the square was a mess, with colorful cloths still fluttering in the air. The celestial spirit god stood atop the steps, looking down indifferently at the three persons below. Xianxia looked at him with a secretly shocked heart. Is this a celestial god? Although there were no changes in facial features or figure, the aura exuded was utterly different. Even with her current cultivation level, facing the celestial spirit god, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. This was the sentiment a mortal spirit felt when facing immortal gods. It was hard to imagine such beings would fall into the realm of reincarnation. Facing the gaze of the celestial spirit god, the immortal who defied Tao trembled even more violently, not daring to meet the gaze of the celestial spirit god. So it is, I have seen you before. I felt then that those guys were not their true selves. The voice of the celestial spirit god descended from above, lofty and filled with authority. Guan looked at him and asked, "Have these experiences of reincarnation made you feel anything?" The celestial spirit god's expression remained unchanged as he said, "I know what you want to do, hoping I understand the experience of mortal spirits, to feel pity for them. Do you think I have never had such experiences?" Although Guan had searched the memory of the celestial spirit god, everything about the celestial court was blank, so his understanding of the celestial spirit god was not complete. Before becoming a celestial god, we must all go through the ordeal of reincarnation. The celestial court doesn't make us pity mortal spirits. Instead, it makes us clearly understand the difference between immortals and mortals. You helped those mortal spirits, and they will indeed appreciate you. But the moment you stop helping, even if you do nothing at all, mortal spirits will hate you, believing their misfortunes are all you're doing. The tone of the celestial spirit god grew colder, even revealing his disdain for mortal spirits. Immortal gods created the heavens and the earth to achieve enlightenment, yet the world nurtured all living beings. The immortal gods did not abandon all living beings. Instead, they created the heavenly Tao so that all living beings could live better lives. Immortal gods even imparted the method of cultivating immortality to all living beings in the all heavens and myriad realms. Yet what they received in return was rebellion after rebellion. Ia the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The words of the celestial spirit, God, shook Xianxia. She didn't question it because all cultivators had such ambitions. It's just that she had never considered these issues from the perspective of immortal gods. The celestial spirit god gazed at Guan and said, "Do you think what you're doing is for justice or to cover up your compassion for your own kind? If you became an immortal god, would you still act the same?" Guan responded, "There are indeed many things in this world that are hard to judge as right or wrong. But if you say the immortal gods created everything, that may not be so. Did you create the great Tao? Was it your choice for the world to foster all living beings? You're just walking ahead, blocking those behind you from reaching the heights you've attained, then claim it's because we don't try hard enough that we are ungrateful. You can say that, but if that's really what you think, then it's truly pitiable." Xianxia looked at Guan, her eyes filled with admiration. This was what she admired about Guan. He was never confused. The immortal who defied Tao also looked at Guan, hearing his disdain for the celestial court. This lad who has never ascended to immortality, yet he disdains the immortal? Even though the immortal who defied Tao had abandoned the celestial court, he revered the celestial Tao immortal position and still aspired to ascend to immortality. The celestial spirit god, upon hearing Guan's words, didn't get angry, but from his narrowed eyes, it was evident he felt agitated. You think by not killing me, you can delay the celestial court's attention on the celestial spirit great world. You're wrong. In fact, it's not I who insist on destroying the celestial spirit great world, but this world must perish. That is the celestial order from the celestial court. Although I am interested in that treasure, I can't deny that I extended the lifespan of this great world. The celestial spirit god spoke slowly, his gaze never leaving Gu, and Gu's lips curled into a smile, and said, I indeed fear the celestial court, but you can't deny that I let you live. With our positions, you should have been annihilated or forever suffer the sorrows of reincarnation. But now I have given you the opportunity to speak with me. I have even let you create innate immortal gods. The pupils of the celestial spirit god suddenly dilated, as he hadn't expected that his secret maneuvering was seen by Guan. How high was this man's Tao practice? Guan looked at him and asked, I wonder if an immortal god can create innate immortal gods privately. The face of the celestial spirit god turned ugly. Indeed, Guan was merely probing. He had previously wondered, if the celestial spirit god could give birth to innate immortal gods, why hadn't he created an army of immortal gods? Clearly, the celestial court didn't allow such behavior. To become an immortal god of the celestial court, while one could achieve longevity and immortality, one would also lose a lot, especially freedom. You turned your children into immortal gods, probably not to take revenge on me, but to evade the reckoning of the celestial court. Gu'in continued, and the immortal who defied Tao beside him opened his mouth, intending to remind Guan, but seeing him so confident, he could only hold back his palpitations. In fact, the entire demon city was already enveloped by Gu'an's Tao intent. There was no fear of leaking anything. Celestial spirit god's eyes flashed with a strange light as he took a deep breath and said, Speak. What do you wish me to do? Guan looked at him and said, I don't ask for much. I don't want to be involved in disputes, and I don't want the celestial court to disturb the celestial spirit great world. Celestial spirit god fell silent for a moment before replying, A star monarch will come to investigate soon. If the emergence of this great world is beneficial to the celestial court, they will leave this world alone. What sort of beneficial things? To spread the celestial Tao destiny, to revere the celestial court, to make all living beings believe in the heavenly Tao. Celestial spirit god's response sparked Gu'an's curiosity. Could it be that the celestial court did not intend to conceal its traces, but rather the rulers of all worlds did not wish for all living beings to know of the celestial court's existence? Guan looked at him and said, All this requires you to be alive, right? Celestial spirit god fell silent. Guan revealed a smile and said, How about we collaborate instead? I'll personally teach your son in the future, and you can deal with that star monarch for me. Celestial spirit god gave him a deep look and did not object. Then, celestial spirit god soared into the sky, flying towards outer heaven, and Guan did not stop him. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, Do you trust him? Guan turned his head to look at her, smiled, and said, It would be a pity if such a person were to die, wouldn't it? He never did things without certainty. The marks of the Guiyuan Divine Tao and the Tao Destruction Destiny Seal remained within Celestial Spirit God's body. Should Celestial Spirit God dare to act rashly, he could stop him at once. The Taoless Immortal had been silent all along. It wasn't until Celestial Spirit God left the Celestial Spirit Great World that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed a pity. I've never heard of any immortal gods causing chaos before. This could mean he's not that kind of lowly god. By the way, who is his son? In that demon woman's belly? Xianxia asked curiously. Guan nodded, then turned his gaze to the Taoless Immortal. His gaze once again made the Taoless Immortal tense up. What do you want to do? The Taoless Immortal asked in a deep voice. Guan asked with a smile, Teacher, do you want to live, or do you want to die? The Taoless Immortal cursed inwardly but spoke the truth aloud. Who would want to die? The task of spreading the heavenly Tao and the celestial court will be given to you. You should be quite skilled at it. If you succeed, it'll allow you to hide in this world in the future. We won't interfere with each other, Guan said softly. The Taoless Immortal carefully asked, Really? Really? With that, Guan turned and left, carrying Xianxia with him into the distance. The Taoless Immortal looked in the direction they left, feeling relieved. His eyes turned chilly. Elsewhere, Guan took Xianxia to a distant forest. He began, Wait here for me. Su Jin will come to this place. I have matters to attend to. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, Guan disappeared from the spot. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head with a smile. She leapt up, sitting cross-legged on a tree branch, and began to recall celestial spirit God's figure. In a dark cave, green candlelight flickered on the walls. The Taoless Immortal opened his eyes, his brows furrowed, and he muttered to himself, How is he still alive? He was the true body, located on the path of the great Tao, unbelievably distant from the celestial spirit great world, but he could maintain contact with his avatar. Learning that the black, profound emperor was still alive and entangled with celestial spirit God puzzled him. Were these two really planning to stand against the celestial court together, truly seeking death? The Taoless Immortal began to ponder the arrangement Guan had for his avatar and whether he should collaborate with Guan. He did not notice an additional figure had appeared in the darkness behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599. Unsettled Heart Guan looked at the true form of the Immortal without Tao before him, his expression calm. Immortal without Tao, early stage of Hengtian Golden Immortal Realm 3, 027, 800, 921, 027/5, 000, 000, 000, 000, the old guy who's lived for 30 trillion years. Guan thought expressionlessly. Previously, the reason he had brought along a clone of the Immortal without Tao wasn't to catch up on old times, but to investigate the karma of the Immortal without Tao. Even while communicating with the celestial spirit God, Guan hadn't stopped exploring the karma of the Immortal without Tao. In the end, following the trajectory of karma, he found the true form of the Immortal without Tao. The gap between their cultivation levels was enormous. Even though Guan was standing right behind the Immortal without Tao, he didn't want the Immortal without Tao to notice him, for then the Immortal without Tao wouldn't be able to detect him. This was the absolute suppression of a heaven-opening Daluo Immortal over a heaven-balancing Golden Immortal. Guan hesitated, wondering whether or not to kill the Immortal without Tao. It would take but a single thought to reduce the Immortal without Tao to dust. But he felt that since the Immortal without Tao had managed to escape from the celestial court and survive all these years, he must have other reliance. After so many years, the Immortal without Tao had reached the heaven-balancing Golden Immortal Realm and must have endured many hardships. Guan guessed the Immortal without Tao would be quite frustrated if he died here without a clue. As Guan pondered this, he raised his right hand. Enough. Then I shall cooperate with him for a while. If I can find a place to belong, it beats living in fear here. The Immortal without Tao muttered to himself, beginning to cast spells to transfer more mana to his clone so that the clone could act effectively. Sir the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A complex expression appeared on his face as he lamented, Why should that brat become so powerful? It's like the great Tao is blind. Damn it. Guan's hand stopped just 10 centimeters away from the Immortal without Tao's shoulder. After casting the spell, the Immortal without Tao closed his eyes, ready to continue his cultivation. Smack! Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, startling him into snapping his eyes open. Then a voice entered his ears, chilling him to the bone, as if he had fallen into a cold cellar. Maybe you're not performing for me, but without patting you, I can't be at ease, master. Dusk was approaching. Su Jin staggered through the forest, her right hand clutching her abdomen, a pained expression on her face. Ever since being slapped by the celestial spirit god, she had felt a burning pain in her abdomen, which pained her heart even more. From that slap, she felt the celestial spirit god's disgust for her. She had searched for him painfully for 10,000 years, then accompanied him in cultivation for another 10,000 years, dedicating herself entirely to him, only to be abandoned in the end. As for the past lives and present lives the celestial spirit god spoke of, she hadn't cared at all. Awakening memories of a past life would make her become someone else? She didn't believe it. The more she thought, the sadder she became, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Her vision started to blur. She felt exhaustion and wanted to collapse and sleep soundly. Suddenly, she saw two figures ahead, which alarmed her enough to stop in her tracks. It was a dense forest. The remaining light of dusk spilled between the trees, casting a gloomy and quiet atmosphere. Su Jin's vision cleared, and she frowned as she looked ahead, a sword suddenly appearing in her hand. "Miss Su Jin, long time no see. Do you remember me?" Guin stood up to greet Su Jin and then tucked the green hero travelogue into his chest. Su Jin tightened her brow as she looked at Guin. She seemed to recall something. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she asked, "Is it you? How are you still alive?" Guin smiled and said, "If you have nowhere to go, why not come with me? After you give birth to the child, you can go wherever you wish." Su Jin immediately became vigilant, staring at Guin with a defensive face, and asked in a stern voice, "What do you want?" Guin's expression changed, causing Su Jin to become momentarily lost in thought. Shenzhen turned her head to look at Guin, filled with curiosity. What divine skill was this? Guin stretched lazily and said, "It's time to go back." Shenzhen nodded. She too wanted to sit down quietly and comprehend the celestial Tao immortal gods. Seasons changed, and a year quickly passed by. In the courtyard, Guin opened his eyes, and with a thought, an Xian appeared out of nowhere by his side. "Master, what is it?" An Xian asked curiously. Guin stood up and said, "Go and bring that child in, according to my previous instructions." And Zin's interest was piqued, and she disappeared on the spot. Shenzhen, who was sitting in front of the artifact refining cauldron, turned towards Guin and asked curiously, "Are you really going to adopt that child?" Guin replied, "That child is extraordinary. Having him follow Su Jin will only bring her misfortune, and besides, she should start her life anew." Innate immortal gods, TSK. I feel like he's going to stir up a frenzy of competition within the dojo, Shenzhen teased. The qualifications of an innate immortal god must be beyond her imagination, and with Guin's guidance, his cultivation speed must be astonishing. Guin did not argue. He indeed planned to cultivate the child of the celestial spirit god properly. "Do you have some scheme with him that even I don't know about?" Guin looked at the artifact refining cauldron, contemplating silently in his mind. An hour later, an Xian returned, holding a baby in her arms. Everyone in the dojo had gathered in Guin's courtyard, as they had heard that Guin was going to take on a disciple. Everyone was curious. What kind of child could catch Guin's attention? Seeing an Xian return, the crowd immediately surrounded her. "This child is so small. How has he already achieved foundation establishment?" "Nonsense. The child must be a genius, able to perform qi absorption cultivation with each breath. Otherwise, how could he catch the master's eye? He's so cute, let me hold him." "Cute, huh? In 20 years, he'll surely be a conceited fellow, and then you won't find him so cute." An Xian did not pass the baby to the others. After a brief chat with everyone, she approached Guin and handed the swaddled infant to him. Guin held the sleeping infant with a smile appearing on his face. "Such a good boy." Guin began to gently stroke the baby's cheeks, murmuring softly to himself. An Xian prompted, "Master, give him a name. Why don't you?" Miss Su Jin said, "It's up to you." She had taken a liking to the baby as soon as she saw him, so she was also looking forward to the changes he would bring to the dojo in the future. Guan pondered and said, "This child is fatherless and can be said to be born of heaven. Let us give him the surname Tian, and name him Hao. He shall be called Tian Hao from now on." Tian Hao. The crowd began to mull over the name, not thinking that Guan would choose it carelessly. And Xian was stunned, muttering to herself, "How?" She held an expectation in her heart and looked forward to how Guan would respond, but unfortunately, Guan did not meet her gaze. Guan lifted little Tian Hao above his head, looked up at Tian Hao, and smiled. "From now on, you are my disciple." At the same time, in outer heaven, deep in the cosmos, below the world gate, the celestial spirit god who was shimmering with a strong light suddenly opened his eyes, flipped over his right palm, and two characters appeared in his palm. "Tian Hao, I see. No wonder I cannot find it. This twist of fate is truly remarkable. Celestial spirit, immortal venerable, I have lost to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 600 Tian Hao Immortal Cultivation. The dojo had gained a new little junior brother, and for the disciples who had been diligently cultivating for years, this was an extraordinary event. Everyone went to visit Tian Hao and took turns playing with him. The one who spent the most time with Tian Hao was the ghost mother of Ephemera. Originally, she just wanted to help Guan share the burden of taking care of Tian Hao, but as she watched this little one grow up, her heart began to stir. Especially when Tian Hao, at 2 years old, called out to her as mother, she was stunned on the spot. This scene was witnessed by Guan, but he didn't stop it. The ghost mother had always been on the outskirts of the Taoist field of the beginningless, unable to blend in with the other disciples, and her actions over the years had already made Guan consider her as one of his own. Tian Hao's presence was a perfect opportunity to break down the barriers between her and the Taoist field of the beginningless. With Tian Hao's arrival, time within the Taoist field of the beginningless seemed to pass even more slowly. In the blink of an eye, Tian Hao had reached the age of 17. Without any real cultivation, Tian Hao had already achieved the Mahayana realm cultivation level. He only needed to breathe, and his cultivation would surge, much to the envy and stimulation of LV Xian, Chun Chuan, and others. Shenzhen, on the other hand, thought it was normal. Aside from Guan, she was the only person in the dojo who knew that Tian Hao was an innate immortal god. The immortal spirits of the immortal dynasty were naturally in the nirvana realm at birth, so innate immortal gods should be even more extraordinary. She even felt that Tian Hao's growth rate was a bit slow. On this day, Tian Hao arrived at Guan's courtyard, and before he could be seen, his voice was heard, "Master, Master, Master." An Xian, who was meditating in front of the artifact refining cauldron, turned to look and became momentarily lost in a daze. In the sunlight, Tian Hao wore a tight-fitting white robe, embellished with intricate gold thread, which made him appear even more dashing. He had a handsome face, with his hair tied up high and 2 strands of hair fluttering in front like willow fluff. Looking at him, an Xian felt as if she saw an Hao, which stirred a mixture of emotions in her. Guan was lounging in a chair, taking a nap. Without opening his eyes, he asked, "What's all the fuss about? You're so loud." Tian Hao came over with excitement and said, "Master, when I woke up this morning, I discovered I have a new, amazing ability." Although 17-year-old Tian Hao hadn't completely shed his childishness, his facial features had matured, and he was very handsome. Before Guan could speak, the nearby Xian asked curiously, "What ability?" Shenzhen also glanced at Tian Hao. She was the person in the dojo who interacted with Tian Hao the least. As she seldom spoke to him, Tian Hao was a bit afraid of her from a young age, feeling she was not someone to be trifled with. Tian Hao turned around, raised his right hand, and, as he focused on his palm, something gathered there under the watchful eyes of an Xian and Xinzhen. Strands of golden flames swiftly wrapped around each other, forming a fireball. And within this fireball emitted a light. At first glance, it seemed like a tiny sun. And Xian and Shunzhen's expressions changed, because they could feel that the flames Tian Hao had summoned were not ordinary. This fire never extinguishes. I've tried it. If I release it, it can float in the air and keep burning, Tian Hao said with a proud smile. Although he hadn't formally started immortal cultivation, he was already aware of its existence. As for immortal cultivation, he didn't see it as all that important, because he was getting stronger every moment. Tian Hao looked toward Guan, wanting to see his master's reaction, only to find that the master was still lying on the chair with his eyes closed. "Master!" Tian Hao shouted loudly, startling the birds in the forest into flight. Guan dug in his ears, rolled over, and stood up. He looked helplessly at Tian Hao, who then raised his hand as if offering a treasure, showing the small sun to his master. "Is that it?" Guan looked disdainful, his tone filled with contempt. Just as Tian Hao was about to retort, Guan raised his hand, his palm facing the celestial vault. In almost an instant, the entire world plunged into crimson, and the temperature between heaven and earth soared. Tian Hao subconsciously looked up, then his mouth fell open, his face showing an expression of disbelief. And Xian and Shunzhen looked up to see a colossal sun occupying the entire celestial vault, with no edges visible in any direction. Oppressive, awe-inspiring. It was the first time Tian Hao had witnessed such a spectacular sight. He had lived for 17 years, all within the Taoist field of the beginningless, where no disciples had engaged in combat, so this was truly his first real encounter with the power of the immortal Tao. He shuffled his feet, turned around, and looked in all directions, gradually becoming excited, his body starting to tremble. The corners of Gu An's mouth lifted, and with a squeeze of his right hand, the blazing sun in the sky suddenly vanished as if it had never been there. But the warmth still felt around him told Tian Hao that what he had just seen was no illusion. Tian Hao turned to look at Guan, suddenly exhilarated, and ran to kneel beside him, grasping Guan's arm, excitedly saying, "Master, teach me. I want to cultivate as an immortal." Having grown up, he naturally understood the difference between a master and a father. Since his master had taken him as a disciple, he would certainly teach him to cultivate. Go to the Qinquan sect for immortal cultivation. Guan raised his hand to touch Tian Hao's head, speaking with a soft smile. The Qinquan sect? Tian Hao showed a look of confusion. Guan looked toward Xian. Coming back to her senses, she asked, "Now?" As soon as he asks, we should send him. It's just right to let her meet him and dispel the regrets in her heart, said Guan, then vanished into thin air. Tian Hao stood there, stunned, then got up and looked toward Xian. And Xian calmed her emotions, her face returning to its usual dignity, and she walked toward the courtyard gate. Tian Hao looked at Shunzhen, intending to greet him, but seeing Shunzhen's indifferent gaze, he quickly turned his head away and then quickened his pace to catch up with an Xian. Universe, World Gate. The celestial spirit god, exuding endless divine light, opened his eyes, and reflected in his pupils were the figures of Tian Hao and an Xian. He's finally come out. What exactly do you want to do? The celestial spirit god murmured to himself. Ever since Tian Hao was taken away by an Xian, he had been unable to peek into Tian Hao's specific circumstances, and it didn't take much to guess that it had to do with Guan. He had originally thought that Guan would hide Tian Hao away, but he didn't expect Guan to let Tian Hao out. Watching the way Tian Hao questioned an Xian, a sense of feeling emerged in his heart that he couldn't quite define or articulate. In truth, he didn't really care about Tian Hao. The reason he helped Tian Hao become an innate immortal god was to give Su Jin a chance at life. Now it seemed that Guan wouldn't harm Su Jin, but his creation of an innate immortal god might instead sow the seeds of some disaster. He had gone through countless reincarnations, and the ones Gu and had led him through were only a small part of it. He had experienced various relationships, had kinship, and his heart had long been calm. He looked down on Tian Hao coldly, with not a trace of pity in his heart. He just wanted to see what heights his created innate immortal gods would achieve. Silence reigned in the universe, and he just stared motionlessly at Tian Hao. Time passed, the length unknown. The celestial spirit god seemed to sense something, and he raised his left hand, from which a golden token flew out, and a voice from within said, "Celestial spirit god, I didn't expect you to slack off either. I will be arriving soon. Get ready. At least don't let me see any trouble." Sir, the novel, F. Ire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 601. A great opportunity in the early morning. A dense fog enveloped the land, and mountain peaks emerged like the tips of swords, resembling an ethereal, immortal realm of the human world. Atop one of the mountains, there lay a courtyard filled with flora, and a slender-limbed white dog sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Li Xuanyu, dressed in a white robe, stepped out. The sunlight swept over the distant peaks and fell upon her. She raised her right hand, and a petal drifted into her palm. She looked down at it, her gaze cold. A female disciple soared on her flying sword across the sea of clouds, swiftly entering the courtyard. Before she even touched the ground, her flying sword swiftly shrank and flew into her sleeve. After landing, she took 2 steps forward and smiled. "Master, a talent of unprecedented caliber has recently emerged from Xianxia sect. All the branches are vying for him. Master, we should not miss this opportunity." As Dao Court's fame grew, Xianxia sect also began to emulate Dao Court, establishing different branches to nurture healthy competition and to better manage power. Li Xuanyu, now a branch leader and an elder of Xianxia sect, had stayed on even after Tang Kai left. The Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hearing the disciple's words, Li Xuanyu appeared indifferent and said, "There are many talents. Why bother competing? This one is different. He comes from the Forbidden Lands, brought to Xianxia sect personally by an immortal." The disciple hurriedly explained. "Forbidden Lands." Li Xuanyu's expression shifted slightly. She was well aware of the Forbidden Lands and knew that the immortal was an exent. Why would an immortal bring his disciple into Xianxia sect? Li Xuanyu asked. "I wondered about that too, but now I understand. That disciple called Tian Hao is truly extraordinary. The sect hierarch has already designated him as the next sect hierarch." The disciple was excited, her face full of admiration as she spoke of Tian Hao. Curious, Li Xuanyu inquired, "Is he really that impressive?" The disciple nodded fervently and said, "It's said that upon joining the sect, he mastered the great divine power on the inheritance pillar after just one look. It's unbelievable." Li Xuanyu pondered thoughtfully. Tian Hao, she hesitated, contemplating whether to try to forge more connections with Guan, yet hesitant to disturb him. She had nothing particular to ask of Guan. It was just an inexplicable desire to understand him. How had Guan come to such a distant place? And why did he possess such formidable cultivation level? What adversities had he faced? While the disciple continued to explain the benefits of accepting Tian Hao into their branch, Li Xuanyu listened, but her thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Time flies. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye. With the thunderclouds dispersed above Xianxia sect, Guan and Li Xuanyu sat in a tavern on the 2nd floor, drinking as they leaned against the window. Below, the street was filled with cultivators looking up to the sky. Is Tian Hao even human? To climb from the Mahayana realm to the wandering immortal realm in 1,000 years is just too exaggerated. Could he be a reincarnation of immortal gods? Very likely, given that he was personally brought into the sect by an immortal. Anyway, such a talent is beneficial to us. He could lead Xianxia's sect to a peak it has never before reached. Exactly, rather than feeling jealous, we should look forward to it. Listening to the discussions at other tables, Li Xuanyu glanced at Guan, wondering whether to ask, yet unsure if she should. Guan swirled his wine glass, laughing. When I first found him, I felt he was different from the rest. And sure enough, even I find it unbelievable. Li Xuanyu spoke softly. Is that so? I don't believe in so many coincidences. From Zin's strength, it was clear that Guan was adept at teaching disciples. So Li Xuanyu attributed all of Tian Hao's talents to Guan, convinced that Guan had been guiding Tian Hao in secret. She was qualified to say this. After Tian Hao became her disciple, she started by teaching him with all her heart, but soon Tian Hao's understanding of Taoist techniques surpassed hers, as if aided by divine intervention. Thinking of this, she was filled with emotion. She could never forget the expression on Qingshan's face when he handed Tian Hao over to her. Not only did she acquire Tian Hao, but her branch also received better treatment. In just 1,000 years, the branch she managed had reached the top 10 in the sect rankings, not only attracting more talented disciples, but also receiving help from many noble families, who sent numerous great cultivators. She knew that all the treatment she now enjoyed was brought about by Gu, and why did you send him to my sect? I can't really teach him anything. Li Xuanyu finally asked. Guan drained his glass of wine and laughed. Whoever took him, it would have been the same. None could really teach him. This is a great heavenly opportunity. As long as he joined the Xianxian sect, it would be the sect's opportunity. As for who should teach him, naturally, I would choose someone I trust. It's not just because of our old friendship. I also wanted to leave some good karma for senior brotherly. Hearing Guan mention Leah, Li Xuanyu felt a sense of relief and more at ease. Li Xuanyu then asked, why not visit my Dao mountain? Guan looked out the window, saying, I just like lively places like this. You're always in seclusion. Don't you find it stifling? While speaking, he raised his left hand to support his face, his eyes lazy. Li Xuanyu also looked out the window, watching the people coming and going on the street. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt a certain mood as well. Although Guan was watching the street, his heart was actually looking towards outer heaven. The world gate was stirring. A figure was walking out amid the intense light. Celestial Spirit God, finding this great thousand world was not easy. Was it your doing, or has the Celestial Spirit immortal, venerable, not completely fallen? A laughing voice emanated from the world gate, and immediately after, a gray-robed Taoist stepped out. He had the appearance of a young child with white hair, holding a horsetail whisk in one hand and a white jade bottle in the other, his body surrounded by an aura of immortality that faintly sparkled with silver light, as if containing stars. The Celestial Spirit God stood up and turned to face the newcomer. The divine light around him dissipated, revealing his true form, still bearing the face of Bai Sheng. Greetings, deity of the moon. Though the Celestial Spirit God's tone was cold, he still bowed to the deity of the moon. The deity of the moon smiled. He approached the Celestial Spirit God and chuckled. How many years has it been? Have you still not found that treasure? The Celestial Spirit God replied, What treasure? I am not aware. The reason I haven't destroyed this world is because I see a destiny here that is favorable for the Celestial Court. The deity of the moon glanced into the depths of the universe, saying, The celestial Tao destiny is indeed rising, and the name of the Celestial Court is spreading. However, I know what you truly desire. The Celestial Spirit God's face remained unchanged, quietly staring at the deity of the moon. After a while, the deity of the moon withdrew his gaze. He looked at the deity of the moon and said, With your talent, your cultivation level shouldn't be this low. When will you ascend? The Celestial Spirit God answered, The heavenly Tao will decide. I only need to stay at my immortal position and wait quietly for the heavenly Tao. Ha! If you don't bow your head, how can he allow the heavenly Tao to fall upon you? The deity of the moon taunted. The celestial spirit god fell silent once more. The deity of the moon's expression turned cold as he said, "Do something for me, and I will help conceal your crimes, allowing you and this great thousand world to continue to exist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 602. Thousand-year-old wandering immortal. 100-year-old ascending immortal facing the gaze of the deity of the moon. The celestial spirit god was silent for a while before he spoke. "What is it?" The deity of the moon raised the white jade bottle in his hand, from which radiance escaped, rapidly spreading to form an invisible barrier. He stared back at the celestial spirit god and slowly uttered 4 words, spreading influence, sealing fate. The celestial spirit god frowned, a trace of a strange color flashing in his eyes. "You can think it over. He'll take a trip to the great world. It's rare for me to come here, so I might as well have a good travel around." With those words, the deity of the moon turned and left. The celestial spirit god didn't stop him. He stood there, watching as the deity of the moon departed. Far away in the Chinquan sect, Guan heard their conversation. The methods of the deity of the moon could not stop Guan from spying. This deity of the moon possessed a mid-stage Tai Ching golden immortal realm cultivation level, and the celestial Tao destiny about him was extremely dense. Because of his words, Guan became even more interested in the celestial spirit god. The celestial spirit god seemed to have a stronger background than he had anticipated. Regarding the arrival of the deity of the moon in the celestial spirit great world, Guan was not worried that Tian Hao would be discovered. He had already sealed Tian Hao's destiny pattern, leaving only his talent and comprehension. If his destiny pattern were released, Tian Hao's power would reach an incredibly exaggerated level. It would be impossible to meet an opponent within the same realm, as the whole heaven and earth would aid Tian Hao. Not only was Tian Hao an innate immortal god, but also the child of heaven and earth. No one in the celestial spirit great world could kill him, and even leaving this great world, he could still borrow the celestial Tao destiny. Such was his destiny pattern, born to reign above all beings. Even with his destiny pattern sealed, and without the aid of heaven, earth, and the celestial Tao, Tian Hao remained the being with the strongest talent and comprehension in the entire heaven and earth. Guan retracted his thoughts and began to focus on chatting with Xianxia. It was rare to have an old friend near the dojo, so naturally, he wanted to have a chat with Xianxia. The two drank wine and discussed the interesting affairs under heaven, enjoying themselves immensely. Xianxia's Tao heart also relaxed. She couldn't help but wonder, perhaps enjoying leisure time appropriately could enhance her cultivation. Days later, a majestic Tian Hao arrived in Guan's courtyard. His figure was tall and straight, donning a binding Tao robe specially made by the Chinquan sect that could actively absorb spiritual energy. As he walked, an aura of immortality swirled around him, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, exuding a detached and elegant charm. "Master, I have reached the wandering immortal realm. Do you know what a 1,000-year-old wandering immortal signifies?" Tian Hao approached Guan with hands on his hips and a proud smile. Guan didn't restrict his movements. Even after joining the Chinquan sect, he still came back often. Guan, who was reading a book, didn't lift his head and said, "Does it mean reaching the wandering immortal realm in 1,000 years?" He thought back carefully. He had not even been 100 years old when he reached the wandering immortal realm. Not only that, he had broken through to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm at 96. Hearing Guan's words, Tian Hao couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed loudly, "Master, can't you praise me just once?" Guan looked at him helplessly and said irritably, "How old are you? Still making such a fuss?" Besides them in the courtyard was another person, Xianxia, who sat in front of the artifact refining cauldron without looking at Tian Hao. Hearing Guan's words, Tian Hao instinctively looked toward Xianxia. and seeing Shun Jun frown slightly, he gave an awkward smile. He quickly changed the subject and asked in a lowered voice, "Master, is the Green Hero Travelogue any good? Give me a copy. I couldn't find this book in the Qingquan sect." Guan immediately tucked the Green Hero Travelogue away and stood up, looking at Tianhao seriously. "Do you think your cultivation level is sufficient?" Tianhao replied, "Not enough, but I will become stronger." He was full of confidence, feeling that cultivation was the easiest thing in the world. Looking at him, Guan asked, "Would you like to spar with your master?" At those words, Tianhao's eyes lit up with excitement. "Can I?" He had long wanted to test out his master's prowess. Saw the novel Fire, NE*T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Now, a wandering immortal, he could also create a sun that blotted out the sky, and any spell or divine skill he only needed to see once to master, which also made his protective methods quite extensive. Xinjin turned her head to look at the master and disciple with interest. Figures appeared in the courtyard. They were an Xian, celestial demon child, Chun Chuan, and others. They all heard Tianhao's words. Hearing that this youngster dared to challenge Guan, they all became excited. "You brat, you'd better give it your all," the blood prison great saint teased. And Sheng Tian laughed. "After sparring with the ancestor, have a match with me." He had already become a wandering immortal and wanted to test Tianhao's capabilities. Chun Chuan and LV Xian issued a challenge, and Tianhao accepted them all in one breath. The ghost mother of ephemera opened her mouth, wanting to persuade Tianhao, but she had no standing to do so here. She looked towards Guan and, seeing that he was not angry, felt somewhat more at ease. Guan twisted his neck and raised his hand to snap his fingers. In an instant, the surrounding environment dramatically changed, and everyone found themselves on a gloomy wasteland under a cosmic starry sky with an exceptionally broad view. Tianhao was stunned by Guan's move and dazedly looked all around. The others were equally shocked by the scene before them. It's not an illusion. It's real. There's still spiritual energy here, although it's thinner than inside the dojo. What divine skills are these? So formidable, completely impenetrable. What a perfect place. Only here can one truly let loose. The previous barrier was too small, unsuitable for battles to the death. What? You still want to fight to the death with your own people? The crowd buzzed with discussion, all very excited. Guan soared into the air, turned in the sky, and looked down at Tianhao with a smile. "Show me whatever abilities you have." As soon as the words fell, a heaven-piercing momentum erupted from Tianhao, shocking the others into quickly gathering their mana to form protective barriers. Everyone was surprised by Tianhao's display. Even an Xian seemed somewhat bewildered. They knew Tianhao's cultivation level advanced at an astonishing pace, but only when they truly felt his aura did they find it incredible. Just a mere 1,000 years, and this brat surpassed them already? Especially those who loved to undergo closed-door cultivation. They all had a sense of absurdity. It was as if they had woken from sleep to find the baby from before had grown stronger than themselves. How could they accept this? Tianhao started walking towards Guan. The celestial Tao, true fire, surged out from his body, blazing fiercely, taking the form of 9 fire dragons coiling around him. Behind his head, a sun rapidly grew in size, his black hair waving violently, his expression becoming arrogant. His lips curled up involuntarily, radiating an air of untouchable superiority. Guan gazed down at him, thinking of Anhao. Anhao and Tianhao's figures overlapped at this moment. "Master, I will surprise you." Tianhao's voice echoed through the cosmic starry sky. Qingquan sect, amidst a range of mountains, a stream flowed by, and next to the river stood a small pavilion. Yiqing Shan, Lin Chuan, Cheng Meng, Gu Changsheng, and Gu Changdao sat inside the pavilion. The 5 of them were the highest authorities of the Qingquan sect, with Yiqing Shan as the sect hierarch, and the other 4 as elders with great power. Even though they were high in status and entangled in many interests, they still gathered together whenever they had a chance. Big brother, Tianhao's talent is indeed beyond ordinary. With his recent breakthrough to the wandering immortal realm, I'm afraid we can't keep him hidden any longer. Gu Changsheng said with concern. Lin Chuan sighed. More than his reputation, I worry that he will become arrogant. Honestly, the last time I faced him, I could no longer suppress him. He's had too smooth a ride, never faced hardship, and it's hard to imagine what kind of person he'll become in the future. Cheng Ming rolled her eyes at him. What's there to fear? He's not just backed by the Qingquan sect. He is elder and to guide him. That may be true, but you've also met Tian Hao. The boy isn't arrogant or domineering, but he's very proud. Once he's set on something, nobody can tell him otherwise. The four discussed among themselves, while Yi Qingshan remained silent, sipping his spiritual tea, lost in thought. Just then, a figure descended from the sky and landed outside the pavilion, prompting all five to look over and rise to their feet in shock. The newcomer was Tian Hao. At that moment, Tian Hao had a somber face and his gaze was full of oppression. A sudden unease gripped the hearts of those in the pavilion. Had the brat overheard their conversation? Tian Hao took a deep breath and said, Sect hierarch for elders, I want to grow stronger. From today onwards, please instruct me. Whatever you teach, I'm willing to learn. Lin Chuan frowned. What can we teach you? Soon enough, you will surpass us. My master told me to earnestly experience the Qingquan sect with you. You don't need to teach me spells or divine skills. Just teach me how to conduct myself. Tian Hao said, unable to help but clench his fists. He was not angry or frustrated. He was afraid. Recalling the recent sparring session, chills ran down his spine. Qingmeng seemed to notice something was off and asked, What's wrong? Did something happen? Tian Hao shook his head. I'm fine. I just went back to the forbidden area after my breakthrough and had a round of sparring with my master. Hearing this, the five people in the pavilion exchanged glances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603 Celestial Court Mythology. Tian Hao's meteoric rise brought unprecedented morale to the Qingquan sect. His 1,000-year journey as a wandering immortal shook both the past and the present, spreading the sect's name far and wide. Over the long years, many came to recruit Tian Hao, including members of the Dao Court, but these endeavors always amounted to nothing. There were also geniuses who challenged Tian Hao, all of whom were defeated. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed. In the Dao Court, within Shaolan's Cave Heaven Dojo, by a mountain stream, Shaolan, who had just broken through to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, was discussing its power with Guan. The two sat cross-legged on a huge boulder, a small table placed between them with fine wine and spirit fruit upon it. As Shaolan shared her experiences and pondered the true meaning of heaven and earth, she was unaware that the person before her, whom she held dear, was merely an avatar. Gu An's gaze subtly shifted, and his true self replaced the avatar. He had just returned from collecting medicinal herbs at the Mountain God Temple on Taitsong Continent, feeling pleased. He called up his attribute panel and began to admire its frowny face name. Guan lifespan, 45 for 02/760, 382 for 11, 523. Physique, primordial reincarnation, undying body, cultivation level, heaven opening Daluo, immortal realm perfection. The 1 trillion years of life were drawing ever closer. Guan liked this peaceful and tranquil life, devoid of external foes, yet his lifespan continued to grow steadily. For him, the lifespan digits were like the experience bar in a video game. Shaolan picked up a cup of wine, drank it down in one gulp, and said, Many peerless geniuses have emerged in the world. The current top genius is not from the Dao Court, but from a sect known as the Qingquan sect. His name is Tian Hao, a name as audacious as the heavens themselves. Yet his breakthrough speed is truly inconceivable. He seems to be just over 11,000 years old, and has already achieved the cultivation level of a carefree primordial immortal. Upon mentioning Tian Hao, her face showed her deep emotions. Guan laughed and said, "You aren't doing too badly either. The path of immortal cultivation isn't about who's faster, but who lives longer." Xiaolon shook her head and chuckled, feeling that Guan didn't recognize the terror of Tian Hao. She changed the subject. Recently, there's been widespread talk of heavenly Tao and the appearance of many mythical narratives claiming that beyond our world exist more powerful immortal gods from the celestial court. The myths of the celestial court indeed spread throughout the world, backed by the efforts of Tao immortals and the meddling of the deity of the moon. As more and more beings became aware of these myths, the celestial Tao destiny within the world began to rise noticeably, and the celestial Tao light layer above the celestial spirit great world grew increasingly bright. This also made Guan realize something. Despite the difference between immortals and mortals, the celestial court did want all beings to be aware of their existence. In the currently circulating myths of the celestial court, the most formidable was the profound star immortal monarch. He was omnipotent, creating heavens and earth, could hear the hearts of all living beings, and could save them from their suffering. The profound star immortal monarch was the master of the deity of the moon, who was zealously crafting the immortal monarch's image. Guan had an impression of this immortal god. Before the reconstruction of the world, this god's followers roamed the human world, widely spreading his name. This resulted in many ancient texts written by old believers, allowing descendants to learn of history and further believe in these myths. It is worth mentioning that many imperial dynasties in the human world have faith in the profound star immortal monarch and have even established a destiny connection with it. For example, Li Xiandao of the Tai Tasang dynasty was the earliest person to receive the power of the profound star immortal monarch, which occurred in the previous era. Guan had never interfered with this matter because, in his view, everyone has their own fortunes, and he preferred to observe the development of all things from the sidelines. Xiaolon could not comprehend the existence of immortal gods. In her opinion, those with great power from the Tao court were already the strongest beings. How could there be immortal gods even more powerful than them? Having reached the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, she felt almost omnipotent and even wanted to venture to outer heaven. It was hard for her to imagine just how powerful the mythical immortal gods, if they truly existed, would be. Xiaolon began to conspire, suspecting that there were forces beneath the heavens harboring the intent to subvert the Tao court. The Tao court is the common master of the world, equivalent to the heavenly Tao, and essentially assumes the role of immortal gods, making rules for heaven and earth. Now that all beings are aware that there are even more formidable immortal gods above the Tao court, what should they think of the Tao court? Guan did not pay much attention to Xiaolan's thoughts. Everyone has a perspective, and Xiaolan, now situated within the Tao court, would naturally consider its interests. The world is still too vast, and the Tao court has not fully unified heaven and earth. Guan sighed. Xiaolon picked up the liquor bottle and, while pouring Guan a drink, asked, "Why is it always me talking? Brother Gu, don't you have any questions? Or is there something you desire? I can help you obtain it now." Guan replied with a smile, "Don't worry about me. I was originally just an ordinary person. To have come this far, I'm already very satisfied. I know what you're worried about. I have not lost my freedom. While you've been in seclusion, I often went out for a walk. I made quite a few friends in the Tao court. I'm truly content, and my greatest joy is hearing others marvel at your prowess. It makes me proud as well." Xiaolon was deeply touched by his words. She put down the liquor bottle, rose involuntarily, then moved closer to Guan, looking at him with affection. Xiaolon held Guan's hand. He didn't refuse, watching her slowly lean closer to him. When Xiaolan's face obscured the lower half of Guan's face, his eyes looked up to the heavens. At that moment, Liu was being intercepted by the deity of the moon. S. E. of the novel F. Ire. Inti website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Wave after wave crashed onto the beach. Dressed in black, Leah frowned deeply, staring coldly at the deity of the moon who was blocking his path. "What exactly do you want?" Leah asked bluntly, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist. The deity of the moon smiled and said, "Your fate has deviated from the trajectory that the heavenly Tao had laid out for you. It seems you've had the help of a noble person, and not only that, but this change is ongoing. In the future, you might even form a connection with immortal gods. Although I'm not sure which immortal god it is, a bit of immortal fate has indeed touched you." Leah scoffed disdainfully and retorted, "What about you? Are you one of those sanctimonious Taoists who espouse the heavenly Tao and the celestial court? I don't believe in immortals, and I don't believe in gods. If there truly were immortal gods, how could this world have suffered so many tribulations? And each time, it must rely on his junior brother Gu to save the day? If there truly were immortal gods, then it could only be junior brother Gu. The nature of junior brother Gu would not allow others to sing his praises." The deity of the moon smiled, waved the horsetail whisk in his right hand towards the white jade bottle in his left, and from the mouth of the bottle, a droplet of liquid flew out, suspending between the two. "Our meeting is also a kind of fate. This is immortal brew, capable of transforming you completely, bestowing upon you an innate body. Let this be the foundation of a good relationship," said the deity of the moon with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than the droplet of immortal brew struck Lia's forehead fiercely. He had no chance to dodge. Lia, startled, quickly reached for his forehead, but there was nothing to touch. He could not track the droplet of immortal brew, nor could he detect any abnormalities within his body. The deity of the moon turned and walked away, saying, "This great world is no simple place. In the future, there will surely be many exciting stories to unfold." Interesting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604. Trillion Years Lifespan. Lifespan projection. Watching the departing figure of the deity of the moon, Lee still felt uneasy. He checked himself for a long time on the spot, and after confirming that there was nothing abnormal about him, the deity of the moon had already disappeared. A divine, exotic, immortal spirit appeared out of thin air, seemingly leaping suddenly onto his shoulder, and curiously asked, "Could you see through that person's cultivation level just now?" Leah regained his composure, furrowed his brows, and said, "I couldn't see through. If he was really helping you just now, then, boy, your Fiyun is outrageously strong to encounter such great opportunities even on the road," the divine, exotic, immortal spirit remarked. After hearing the words of the deity of the moon, it had actually believed them. Indeed, there was a powerful backer behind Leah, just hidden in the shadows, not always watching over Leah. Yet, Leah kept encountering various opportunities, which compelled it to ponder Li Ya's destiny pattern. Could it be that Li Ya's destiny pattern has become very strong now? Leah, on the other hand, was thinking about the identity of the deity of the moon. Over the years, he had increasingly felt the changes in the great heaven and earth, with more and more outstanding figures and great powers emerging, making him feel like a mere mortal, very insecure. Leah took a deep breath, leaped up, and flew towards the sea. The sea wind howled, and the divine, exotic, immortal spirit stood on his shoulder, pulling at his earlobe, and asked, "Leah, are you really going to the Tao Court? I heard that the Tao Court is created by top cultivators from different great worlds. If you cause trouble there, it will be very troublesome." "What do you mean? Am I the kind of person who loves to cause trouble?" "How so? Don't you know yourself? I never act recklessly. It's just that those people are too oppressive." Yes, you're always right. You can't stand others being bullied, but who reaches out to help you when you suffer? Isn't today's opportunity a repayment? Do good deeds without asking about the future. Leah hummed, not wanting to continue this conversation. Changing the subject, he asked, "Do you think Xianxia is really that powerful? Born in an unknown small sect, yet he has become famous throughout the world, a 1,000-year-old wandering immortal. That's too fake. The person is now not a wandering immortal, but a carefree, primordial immortal," joked the divine, exotic, immortal spirit. "If and how were still here, would he allow this Xianxia to be so prestigious?" Leah lamented. He considered Hao as his greatest rival in life. Unfortunately, Hao was no longer in this world, and every time he thought of this, his heart ached and he felt regret. Having reached his current realm, it was no longer about simple qi absorption, but about comprehending the great Tao. The stronger his Tao intent, the higher his cultivation level would be. This was an intangible method of cultivation, beyond the understanding of mortal spirits. Seeing that Guan was in a good mood, the ghost mother of Ephemera, who was following him, carefully asked, "Master, if Xianxia encounters great trouble outside, would you intervene?" Over the 6,000 years, although Xianxia remained a carefree, primordial immortal, his renown had grown significantly since he could battle across realms. Once, while on an expedition with the Qinquan sect, he had actually annihilated the physical body of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. That battle had vastly spread his fame, and he became known as the unmatched #1 prodigy in the world. Great fame inevitably brought more troubles. More and more prodigies came to challenge Xianxia, but were soundly defeated. There were also those forces that wanted to enlist Xianxia. Xianxia's rejections inevitably made enemies. Recently, the ghost mother of Ephemera had been restless. Though she felt exceedingly safe within the dojo, she could only think that perhaps Xianxia was in danger. Guan laughed and said, "Great trouble? There's no trouble that great. What if there is? Don't worry. He is unlike any prodigy you've met. He won't die young. His destiny pattern destined him to become the strongest. You simply don't understand what he represents. Even without me, his brilliance would shine bright." Guan explained, knowing that the ghost mother of Ephemera had the closest relationship with Xianxia, even regarding her as a mother. He didn't mind revealing some karma to her. Hearing this, the ghost mother of Ephemera immediately felt relief. Although she didn't fully understand how powerful Xianxia's destiny pattern was, she felt reassured by Guan's words. Usually, there's no need to be too diligent in managing the dojo. You also need time for enlightenment. The Tao treasure I bestowed upon you is your best aid in cultivation. Guan spoke sincerely. He had crafted a Tao treasure for the ghost mother of Ephemera, known as the 9 Netherworlds heaven-reversing flag. This flag embodied the path of yin and yang. It could reverse Sangtian and all things, and was extremely domineering. "I won't forget about cultivating." The ghost mother of Ephemera spoke earnestly, but to herself, she added, "Nor forget about managing the dojo." She was well aware of why she possessed all that she did now. She could not relax, could not abandon the path she had taken, and must strive even harder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605. Wrapping up the projection after harvesting the ripe medicinal herbs, Guan left alone, while the ghost mother of Ephemera started to sow as usual. Guan did not return to his own yard. He just picked a random direction to walk. As he walked, he fiddled with the fate pen. He seemed to be enjoying the scenery along the way, but he was actually watching Zhang Buku, who was far away in the Tai's Great World. Zhang Buku had taken root in the Tai's Great World, and had even established a demon race force. Suyu, a reincarnation from the Celestial Court, assisted him by teaching him the Qi Fortune method, which made his demon race force stronger and made cultivation easier and more fortunate for those under his command. Seeing Zhang Buku's accomplishments now, Guan was very pleased. At least Zhang Buku did not have to wander everywhere. He had found his own life goal. What would senior brother Zhang's feelings be like if he were still alive and saw his son commanding the winds and clouds? With this thought, Guan felt even better. The advantage of staying in the human world is that there are always different things happening, something even the immortal gods may not experience. Even if many things seem similar, they always present differently when experienced by different people. After an hour, Guan arrived at a waterfall and sat on the rocks by the river. Then he began to perform lifespan projection. Please choose the great Tao you want to pursue. Path of cause and effect. This was the great Tao Guan was most skilled in. Consumption of 100 billion years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? What the hell? 1 trillion years of lifespan. Guan cursed internally. He knew the new features would not be so easy to use. The later the features were released, the greater the consumption of lifespan. He subconsciously wanted to choose to refuse, but on second thought, there was a reason behind the high cost. At least, he wanted to see how expensive it was. If not satisfactory, he could simply seal this feature forever. Continue. You have chosen to consume 100 billion years of lifespan to activate lifespan projection. Starting projection. Projected onto the Tai Wei Great World. Projected onto the Tai Ching Great World. Projected onto the 9 Nether Great World. Prompt after prompt continually popped up before Guan's eyes, arousing his curiosity. He could actually see the specific worlds being projected. Guan saw the Tai's Great World, where Zhang Buku was, and he also saw the profound, pure Great World visited by the Black Profound Emperor. He even saw worlds that were not named as Great Worlds. Though he only saw the names, it was enough to let his thoughts run wild. Soon, all the prompts settled down. It really had projected 3,000 worlds. Guan reflected on this, but soon he felt that something was amiss. The projection was finished, then what? Guan furrowed his brows. He was puzzled but not rushed. He sat on the rock patiently waiting. Time swiftly passed. About half an hour later, 2 prompts appeared before him. Begin to consolidate the projection. Begin the transmission of the great Taoist insights. The spiritual energy within the Taoist field of the beginningless suddenly stopped, causing everyone in the dojo to open their eyes. Before Guan could think further, endless insights of the great Tao surged into his mind, plunging his consciousness into chaos. At the edge of the Taoist field of the beginningless, at the entrance of the dojo, stood a stone door built by an Exine. Ia the Novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Outside the stone door was a dense fog, appearing very mysterious. A figure emerged from the thick fog and stepped through the stone door. It was Tian Hao. Tian Hao advanced with a dragon's stride and a tiger's pace, with 3 differently shaped long spears, each about 10 feet long, floating behind him in a fan formation. He wore a smug smile on his face, muttering to himself, "This time I will definitely surprise Master." However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than he suddenly stopped, furrowing his brow as he looked towards the distant mountains with a look of surprise and doubt in his eyes. Why isn't the spiritual energy in the dojo moving? There's also an uncomfortably erratic force. He immediately leaped up, transforming into a rainbow light that flew away, quickly vanishing over the other side of the mountains. After a while, everyone gathered by a small river, whispering among themselves as they watched Gu and meditating on a rock across the river. Tian Hao was there too, looking at Guin with curiosity. This was the first time he had seen his master enter a state of sudden enlightenment. In his eyes, his master was already the most powerful being. Could he possibly have an epiphany in such a Tao practice? Could Master be about to break through? Senior brothers, senior sisters, what realm has Master reached? Has he obtained the Taoist Zhang Zizai immortal realm? Tian Hao couldn't help but ask. Taoist Zhang Zizai immortal was a realm he had heard about in the last few decades, belonging to a great cultivator from the Tao court, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. No one answered him because the others did not know Gu An's realm either. Blood Prison Great Saint scoffed. Brat, you only need to know that Master is stronger than anyone you've ever met. Even those who created this world are far inferior to Master. Tian Hao, stirred by these words, inquired further, have you ever seen Master engage in a fight? Not just sparring. Chapter 606 Tian Hao and Gu and the embodiments of beings from the 3,000 worlds all once pursued the path of cause and effect, exhausting their lifetimes of energy and time. Although Guan was unclear how long they had lived or what realm they had ultimately reached, their insights into the path of cause and effect, when gathered together, were incredibly vast. Guan looked at Tian Hao, whose future rapidly unfolded before his eyes. 200 million years, 300 million years, 500 million years. Suddenly, Tian Hao's billion-year lifespan was all within his sight. Guan saw countless destiny lines on him, among which one shone the brightest. That was the destiny undisturbed by the power of the current great worlds, a life path predestined by the heavens. Following this line, Guan could see all that would come to pass for him. Tian Hao would become the strongest fighter in the celestial spirit great world. He would travel the path of the great Tao. He would challenge other great thousand worlds, and he would even venture into realms above the great thousand worlds. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This was the path of a legend, and he had never known failure. Feeling Guan's gaze, Tian Hao was very nervous. He lowered his eyes, not daring to look back. The others also sensed a sharp aura emanating from Guan, and none dared to speak, thinking they might have been too noisy and disturbed him, causing his displeasure. Everyone was tense. It was their first time seeing Guan angry. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the chill on Guan's face dissipated. Why are you all looking at me? Guan asked with a smile. Seeing his familiar smile, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and followed suit, smiling. Senior Sister Anshin was the first to ask, Master, did you just have a moment of sudden enlightenment? Guan replied, an epiphany indeed. All right, disperse now. You don't expect me to discuss my insights into this realm with you, do you? Upon hearing this, everyone showed an embarrassed look. They dared not probe, especially since they didn't know what realm Guan was in. They paid their respects in turn and took their leave. However, Tian Hao stayed. He leaped over a stream and came to Guan's side, asking, Master, the Tao Court is holding a grand event of peerless prodigies that claims to take place only once every 10,000 years. Do you think I should participate? I want to, but the elders in the sect fear I might encounter danger. The Tao Court is the common master of the world. They wouldn't do such a thing, right? Many famous prodigies had trained at the Tao Court, and it hadn't schemed against them. Guan answered, one must always guard against others. Your biggest problem now is that you haven't faced hardship or defeat. That's also a good thing. Your master hopes that you never face defeat. Tian Hao's eyes widened as he said loudly, That's not true. I've only ever lost to you. You brat, still talking about winning and losing with your master? Then how about you try losing to me? I was wrong. I was just spouting nonsense. Tian Hao quickly apologized after being glared at by Guan. After that, Guan asked about his experiences over the years, and he answered truthfully, his spirits high. Guan understood Tian Hao's thoughts. The kid had always been looking for an opportunity to spend quality time with him. Before coming of age, although both were in the dojo, Guan didn't accompany him and play the entire time. Of course, what the kid wanted most was Guan's praise. Yet Guan just wouldn't satisfy him. This kid is already proud enough. He must leave some room for improvement, lest his tail lift up to the sky. While chatting, Tian Hao leaned against the rock, looking up at Guan. He did not sit beside Guan. He was indeed very conceited, but he was filled with reverence for Guan. He did not want to break that attitude. He hoped he would always revere his master, so he would have a goal. So many seniors have been surpassed by him, making him feel that the path of immortal cultivation was very simple. Only when compared with his master did he feel motivated and full of anticipation. He hoped his master would always be stronger than him, so that he wouldn't feel alone on the path of immortal cultivation. From Tian Hao's words, Guan could feel his sense of belonging to the Qingquan sect, and that his achievements had not led to any contempt for his own sect, which made Guan all the more satisfied with him. The sect hierarch of the Qingquan sect, Yi Qingshan, was the reincarnation of his disciple, Lu Jujia. Guan had his reasons for letting them establish karma, but if the Qingquan sect were to stray from the right path, he would not blindly support it. Whether the heavenly Tao or the great Tao should be sentimental, Guan didn't know. He only knew he wanted to follow a path of sentiment. He didn't want to set too many rules and restrictions for himself. He would simply follow his heart. If he wanted to pity all living beings, then he would pity them. If he didn't want to get close to someone, he would keep his distance. The greatest kindness he could offer to all things was not to kill indiscriminately. By the way, Master, they told me a lot about your past. Out of the many disciples you've taken, who is your favorite? Tian Hao suddenly asked out of curiosity. Guan glanced at him, and he quickly added, "Other than me." "You wish? How could it possibly be you?" Guan replied, a little irritated. Tian Hao didn't feel embarrassed, just chuckled. Guan then said, "My favorite disciple should be in Hao. He was the first disciple I truly took to heart to teach, and also the first I adopted. He is just like you, born with the strongest talent." Tian Hao's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Is that senior sister Angxin's brother?" He had heard Hao's name before, but the people in the dojo did not talk much about him, as if they were apprehensive. They come from the same village." Guan began to recount Hao's life. Tian Hao listened intently. This time, Guan spoke at length, which made Tian Hao feel very happy, feeling closer to his master. They talked until dusk. The sky was streaked with crimson, and the celestial vault was desolately beautiful. After hearing Hao's life story, Tian Hao's mood was hard to calm for a long time. Guan looked at Tian Hao and asked, "Where do you think you are better than Hao, and where do you fall short?" Tian Hao pondered and said, "I wouldn't abandon my kin like he did, but I don't seem to have his resolve either. He could sacrifice himself for the people of the world, but I can't do it. I would only give my all for the Qingquan sect." Guan smiled, not judging Tian Hao's thoughts. He looked up into the twilight sky and said softly, "Hao, I gave you the name Hao indeed because of Hao. I hope you would go further than he did. As your teacher, I won't demand anything specific from you. You may choose not to sacrifice yourself for all living beings, but never, by virtue of your own strength, wantonly bully the weak. You must realize that no one can stay strong forever." Tian Hao smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master. If you inquire at the Qingquan sect, you will find out I never bully others. I only uphold justice." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, used his palm as a sword, and made a few gestures in the air. Only in front of Guan and the ghost mother of ephemera did he show his childlike side. To others, he was the proud, reticent senior disciple of the Qingquan sect. Guan watched him and asked with a smile, "Do you know how vast outer heaven is? How many worlds like the celestial spirit great world are there?" Tian Hao's interest piqued. He eagerly asked how large and how many great worlds there were. Guan began to tell him about the existence of other great 1,000 worlds, as well as the most talented and fortuitous prodigies of various great worlds, which aroused his passion, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607. The Great Cause and Effect Steel. The Path of Power. After talking with his master for a day, Tian Hao had gained a greater knowledge and developed an even bigger longing for immortal cultivation. Thereafter, he went to the Tao court with a heart full of fighting spirit. Dozens of years later, Tian Hao's reputation spread throughout all the overlord-level forces in the world, and any cultivator who wasn't in some remote area had heard of his name. At the grand gathering of the ages, he overwhelmed the heroes of the world and became the unrivaled number one talent of all time. The zenith of acclaim spurred Tian Hao to cultivate even harder, and every breakthrough upon his return from the Dao court caused tremors across the world. Time flew by. 20,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The human world presented a new pattern, and although the Dao court remained the most powerful sect, many strong Taoist lineages had emerged. If they combined forces, they had the power to overturn the Dao court. The self-proclaimed righteous Dao court never initiated war against sects or imperial dynasties, so the human world remained at peace, though only relatively peaceful from a macrocosmic perspective of heaven and earth. In the Taoist field of the beginningless, the lowest cultivation level had already reached the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. LV Xian, an Xian, blood prison great saint, and celestial demon child had all become carefree primordial immortals. As for Tian Hao, he had reached the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, and moreover, he was at the 9th floor of that cultivation level. Any talent paled in comparison to him, and coupled with the 3 Dao treasures gifted to him by Guan, nobody could challenge him below the realm of Taoist Zhang Zizai, immortal. Those 3 Dao treasures were 3 long spears, named Divine Punishment, Celestial Punishment, and Immortal Punishment, each containing different powers of the Great Dao. Regarding Gu An's favoritism towards Tian Hao, the other disciples in the dojo had no objections. They wholeheartedly acknowledged Tian Hao's talent. Even the blood prison great saint could do nothing but admire him. As 20,000 years had gone by, Tian Hao was now someone they all aspired to chase after. Beneath the starry sky, atop a massive mountain peak, there sat a serene palace. Within the palace, Xianxia was meditating on a jade platform, surrounded by wisps of gray-tinged energy, a manifestation of the power of the Great Dao. A figure appeared atop the palace. It was the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor. The Sun and Moon Nether Emperor bowed deeply and, looking up at Xianxia, spoke, "Your Majesty, Tian Hao, known as the number 1 talent of the world, has come to the Yin-Yang immortal domain. He has stepped into our territory, seeking the Yin-Yang rebirth flower. He seems determined to obtain it, and with the 3 ultimate treasures in his grasp, each possessing power not inferior to heaven and earth ultimate treasures, our people cannot stop him." As he mentioned Tian Hao, his expression was incredibly complicated. 20,000 years ago, he had heard rumors of a peerlessly gifted talent born in the central area of the great world. He thought those rumors were exaggerated, but having now encountered Tian Hao, he realized they were no exaggeration. In fact, they might have even underestimated him. Compared to Tian Hao's talent for cultivation, his talent for battle was even more prodigious. Sir the Nellfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes, overlooking the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor, and asked, "You mentioned earlier he came from the Qianquan sect. What is the background of this Qianquan sect?" The Sun and Moon Nether Emperor answered, "Strangely enough, the Qianquan sect lacks any great power, but has nurtured such an extraordinary talent. Oh, I've also heard there is an immortal protecting the sacred land of the Qianquan sect, guarding only their homeland. I'm not sure if that's true." Hearing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed Xiaoyu's eyes. She was silent for a moment, then said, "Let him advance. Allow him to reach the other domains, and there's no need to inform the other 3 emperors." The Sun and Moon Nether Emperor was surprised, but asked no further questions, promptly taking his leave. Xiaoyu gazed out at the starry sky, murmuring to herself, "Is it you, Tian Hao? And how you truly are formidable, always able to cultivate peerlessly distinguished talents." As she calculated with her fingers, her expression grew increasingly complex. Tian Hao's rate of cultivation was simply too mesmerizing, making her feel as if all past distinguished talents were inconsequential. At this rate, In less than 1,000,000 years, Tianhao would become the foremost figure of this era. Perhaps even the legendary Xianxia of the past would be but a stepping stone for him. Ji Xiaoyu took a deep breath, her gaze towards the starry sky gradually firming. Perhaps it was truly time for her to take that step. In the early morning, Guan was accompanying Shenzhen in painting next to a waterfall by a mountain with beautiful scenery. Shenzhen was painting a celestial spirit god vanquishing demons, while Guan painted Ji Xiaoyu meditating. Shenzhen glanced at Guan and scoffed. "It seems you really miss your third Mississippi. Why don't you go find her in reincarnation?" Guan answered, "She is not in the cycle of reincarnation." Shenzhen showed no interest in Ji Xiaoyu. Seeing Gu An's response, she did not press further and instead turned to ask, "Look at my painting. Does it capture the likeness of the fairy?" Her understanding of the path of cause and effect was growing stronger. Even though her cultivation level was much lower than that of the celestial spirit god, she was able to depict the celestial spirit god's past without him noticing. Guan glanced at her painting and said, "Not bad, but isn't it rather uninteresting to only probe into his past? This process allows me to deepen my understanding of the great Tao. Besides, what I can see is far from boring," Shenzhen said proudly. The celestial spirit god was, in her view, second only to Guan. Unable to depict Guan, she could only paint the celestial spirit god. Guan spoke with a profound tone. "Perhaps you should create a divine skill, a skill that only you can wield." Divine skills? Shenzhen pondered thoughtfully. Her cultivation level was also that of a wandering immortal, and that was even without putting much effort into her immortal cultivation. So she grew increasingly confident, even believing that she would eventually surpass Tianhao. Although Guan did not think she could catch up to Tianhao, her potential indeed seemed limitless. This was not solely due to the power of cause and effect from Fairy Yaoxian, but also the great cause and effect steel used by the Emperor of Eternal Life. The great cause and effect steel stood within the river of cause and effect, a manifestation of the great Tao itself, eternally indestructible within the great Tao. The existence of the great cause and effect steel was unimaginable. With the Emperor of Eternal Lives' sacrifice, some of the steel's power had spread to Shenzhen. As she lived longer, this power became ever stronger. Guan could see through everyone's future, but Shenzhen's future was becoming increasingly obscured in his eyes, a power dissolving her cause and effect, which made him have greater expectations for her. While Shenzhen was lost in thought, Guan contemplated his own Tao. He felt it was necessary to focus on developing a second great Tao. Relying on the Taoist dominator skill, Guan had begun to glimpse the 3,000 great Tao, but that was just understanding, not mastery. He wanted to master a formidable great Tao, not as unfathomable as cause and effect, fate, or reincarnation, but rather pure strength. Like the bright sun in the sky, glorious, upright, with awe-inspiring might. The 3,000 great Tao was just a collective term. The actual number of Tao was uncertain, with Guan having glimpsed more than 3,000. He wished to choose the most vigorous among these Tao. Pure strength. After much contemplation, Guan decided on the path of power. The path of power wasn't simply about physical strength, but represented all types of power at their peak. That was the path of power. To prove the Tao with power meant to prove it with great magical power, with Qi power. The path of power was ubiquitous. All beings that possessed strength, that could cultivate mana, demonic power, or any other power-focused cultivation, existed because of the path of power. Guan immediately employed the lifespan projection and chose the path of power. Still consuming 1 trillion years of lifespan, various prompts wildly popped up before him. But this time was different. He suddenly saw the celestial spirit great world. Almost instantly, he sensed some changes in the celestial spirit great world. It seemed an extra person had appeared. Guan calculated with his fingers, his expression growing even more peculiar. He couldn't calculate the projected being, But he did foresee Tian Hao encountering a formidable opponent in the yin-yang immortal domain, marking the first time Tian Hao had failed to conquer a being of the same realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608. Manipulating Fate. Tian Hao couldn't defeat the existence that appeared blurred in the causality deduction, but Guan could see it through his hard eye. The appearance of that being was different from his, but his intuition told him that this was his projected self. After escaping Tian Hao, the projected self turned around and jumped into the sea of reincarnation in the yin-yang immortal domain, entered reincarnation, and disappeared from sight. Start retracting the projected self. Start inheriting the great Tao insights. 2 prompts popped up, interrupting Gu N's thoughts. He vanished from his spot and appeared at the edge of the dojo, starting to inherit the great Tao insights. It wasn't long before a disturbance occurred within the Taoist field of the beginningless, alarming everyone. Since such an event had occurred before, the dojo disciples merely glanced in the direction of Guan and then continued to cultivate, not bothering Guan. Under the starry sky, clad in golden robes, Tian Hao stood by the sea, staring at the dark waves ahead, his brow furrowed in thought. A figure descended from the sky and landed beside him. It was the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor. The two had had many dealings and shared a decent camaraderie. "Are you still thinking about that person?" the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor asked. Tian Hao took a deep breath, looked ahead, and said, "Yes, I felt pressure from someone of the same realm for the first time." The Sun and Moon Nether Emperor consoled. "Even if it's the same realm, he must be much older than you, and he didn't defeat you. So why bother?" In his opinion, Tian Hao already had the greatest talent. He had witnessed the previous battle. The opponent was indeed fearsome, but Tian Hao didn't lose. It was just hard to determine who was better. Their encounter made the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor question life. The battle of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma had even a divine thought true immortal like him terrified. Had this genius from the old era been outclassed? He felt that Tian Hao would surpass him sooner rather than later, and much quicker than he had anticipated. "I can't let it go. I feel excited." In recalling his combat techniques, he didn't use many divine skills or spells. He simply countered me with pure mana and chi power, truly a display of one force breaks 10,000 laws. Tian Hao sincerely remarked, feeling very exhilarated. Indeed, Master was right. Never underestimate the world. You never know where a strong contender with great fortune might emerge. His talent might truly be the best, but he had lived too short a life and still needed to continuously strengthen his Taoist techniques. Hearing Tian Hao's words, the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, unable to grasp Tian Hao's thoughts. "What are your plans next?" "You got what you wanted," the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor asked. Facing a genius like Tian Hao, he chose to make a strong connection, having a premonition that this connection might save his life one day. Tian Hao withdrew his gaze, looked at the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor, and smiled. "I'm planning to go back. Not being able to sweep through the same realm shows that my combat ability is not enough. I will go into seclusion to cultivate for a while before venturing out again. If you ever come to the Nine-Spirit continent, seek me out. I won't let you down." The Sun and Moon Nether Emperor showed a smile. Getting such a promise from Tian Hao was all he wanted. It at least proved that Tian Hao was still willing to maintain their friendship. Then Tian Hao bowed to the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor and transformed into a beam of extreme light, leaping up and quickly vanishing into the horizon. The Sun and Moon Nether Emperor watched his departing figure, a look of envy on his face. Living for so many years, he had never been as free as Tian Hao. A cultivator should be like this, roaming the heavens and earth, unbound. Immediately after, the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor let out a self-deprecating laugh. The reason he was bound by the yin-yang immortal domain was not because of his talent, but because he needed the power of the immortal domain to gather cultivation resources. He used to think his cultivation speed was fast, but now it felt slow. He earnestly wanted to reach the free immortal realm. He now harbored a ridiculous guess. He felt that Tian Hao might reach the free immortal realm faster than him. After a while, a figure landed beside the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor, a mysterious cultivator enveloped in black mist, who said in a deep voice, "Emperor, His Majesty has left." She said she would head to outer heaven to pursue the great Tao, leaving you to lead the reincarnation domain. The Sun and Moon Nether Emperor's thoughts were interrupted, and upon hearing this, he couldn't help but be astonished. Go to outer heaven to pursue the great Tao? Inside the Taoist field of the beginningless. Guan opened his eyes, his gaze filled with a forceful presence. He had completed inheriting the 3,000 projected selves' insights on the path of power. He underwent a transformation, with his chi power and mana rapidly strengthening. A strengthening that required no absorption of spiritual energy, but was aided by the invisible and colorless path of power. He felt that the projected self that had entered reincarnation had disappeared, as if it had never existed. This allowed him to completely let go. Although there were many projected selves, indeed, they left no trace behind. He carefully sensed the path of power. Just pondering the path of power made his mana surge within the heaven-opening Daluo immortal realm, and his strength progressed leaps and bounds. Pure mana enhancement made him feel incredibly wonderful, and this time his choice was the right one. The sun set and the moon rose. Days passed swiftly. 10 days later, Guan stood up. He first went to various places to pick mature medicinal herbs, and only after gathering them did he return to Shenzhen's side. Shenzhen had painted a new picture, depicting a scene where the celestial spirit god knelt before an immortal. This immortal was an old Taoist with an aura of immortal Tao and bones of divinity, and his back was bathed in rosy light. In front of him, the celestial spirit god lacked its usual overwhelming might. Guan raised an eyebrow. Shenzhen had already been able to excavate his causality through the celestial spirit god. Don't paint recklessly. Be careful not to provoke an existence even I can't withstand, Guan spoke. Shenzhen snapped back to reality, and when she saw clearly what she had painted, her face turned pale, and she immediately raised her hand, her fingers igniting, rapidly burning the scroll. After doing all this, she breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her head towards Guan, embarrassingly said, "I was too engrossed earlier. It wasn't intentional." She also felt a sense of fear. The celestial spirit god was already so powerful. How horrifying must an existence be that could make the celestial spirit god kneel? The thought that she might have brought about a catastrophe for Gu and made her uneasy, her eyes filled with guilt. Guan was just trying to scare her. He trusted his own Taoist field. If his Taoist field weren't strong enough, Shenzhen had already provoked that old immortal. With his Tao practice far surpassing the celestial spirit god, he would just need a thought to descend into the celestial spirit great world. In the future, think about yourself. Your talent might hide unimaginable great cause and effect, Guan said with a smile. The path of power had let his strength leap forward, and he also planned to prepare for a breakthrough. It was time to think of a way to save Fairy Yaoxian. This was the obsession of the Emperor of Eternal Life, and, as the original, Guan had to help him. Speaking of obsessions linked to the reincarnation body, Lu Han had one too, his son, Lu Xiaoxian. The obsession of the Black Profound Emperor was his senior sister, Fairy Baixian. Guan didn't want to create too deep a cause and effect with these people. The Long family was already troublesome enough, but he could secretly aid them. Consider it as repaying them for their lifelong companionship. My great cause and effect. Shenzhen fell into deep thought. Seeing her lose herself once again, Guan shook his head in amusement. It wasn't necessarily good to be too easily enlightened. Guan sat down and continued painting. He felt that Xiaoyu had left the celestial spirit great world, but he did not stop his brush. He had long seen Xiaoyu's future. This stealing mystery heavenly maiden came from the stealing heaven immortal sect. The stealing heaven immortal sect belonged to the Emperor of Eternal Life. Although he was not the founder, the Emperor of Eternal Life had left his mark within the karma and destiny of the stealing heaven immortal sect. Gu An's ability to cultivate the immortal emperors I was due to the inheritance left by a former sect hierarch of the stealing heaven immortal sect. The immortal emperors I had boundless mystical uses, and, at the very least, his immortal emperor's eye divine power could reverse everything. Guin could feel that a part of stealing mystery heavenly maiden's karma belonged to the Emperor of Eternal Life. Before leaving the stealing heaven immortal sect, the Emperor of Eternal Life left behind many inheritances, and stealing mystery heavenly maiden had received one. Could it be that all the lost souls in this Taoist field were from the stealing heaven immortal sect? And there was no knowledge if the profound demon emperor was still safe? For that existence who had always aided the Emperor of Eternal Life, Guin had a profound impression. The profound demon emperor could be said to be the most loyal disciple of the stealing heaven immortal sect, spending his whole life trying to restore it. Speaking of which, since the stealing heaven immortal sect offended the celestial court, they could only flee all over, and now, being suppressed here by Emperor Ziwei, could it be the will of the celestial court? Guin remembered Emperor Ziwei bore an uncanny resemblance to Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei was the master of the immortal palace when the celestial spirit god and the celestial spirit immortal venerable met, a god of the celestial court. CTH novel, Ire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guin continued to observe Zhu Zai's actions. In his memory, Zhu was very cautious, and he didn't think she would normally leave her destiny in the hands of others. After being possessed by the stealing mystery heavenly maiden, Zhu utilized a unique secret technique to quietly leave the forest. Along the way, she encountered many lost souls, all very powerful, some even of the golden immortal rank, but none noticed her. In the blink of an eye, time shifted to noon the next day, and Xianxia finally woke up. Guin stood up, not bothering to ask what she had realized, but left after dropping these words. Don't be so fixated all the time. Sometimes, taking a break for a while can be more helpful. By the time Xianxia came to her senses, she could no longer see his figure. Indeed, I seem to have become quite obsessed lately, always trying to pursue enlightenment. It appears I've been stimulated by that kid. Tian Hao, Xianxia murmured to herself as she stood up to tidy up the easel. Her mood was still fairly good. Although she hadn't made any breakthroughs, she had all the time in the world to comprehend it. In the Taoist field of the beginningless, she never had to worry about danger and felt as if time was extraordinarily lengthy. As she was wondering whether to write a book or go shopping at the Qingquan sect, Zhu was in the midst of a life-and-death battle. Suspended in the cosmic void, Zhu stood with a long sword in her hand, her expression blank as she stared at the stealing heaven's profound mystery in front of her. The profound mystery had become younger than before, her features bewitchingly beautiful, with only a few dark spots remaining on her face. She glared at Zhu and asked through gritted teeth, "What cultivation technique did you practice? How did it protect your divine soul?" Zhu raised her sword toward her and said, "The Taoist unique venerate skill. Have you ever heard of it?" The color drained from stealing heaven's profound mystery's face. In an instant, the void around them changed color, and twisting green light appeared in every direction, making the void seem like an illusion realm. "Whose disciple are you from the celestial court?" Stealing heaven's profound mystery asked in a deep voice, her eyes filled with hatred. Zhu snorted coldly. I have nothing to do with the celestial court. I'm just an ordinary person from a mortal realm. If you insist on taking over my flesh, then let's fight to the death. May it be your soul scattering or my body and Tao being annihilated. It's all a matter of skill. When she spoke these words, she exuded the aura of the holy court's Xianxia, an aura cultivated from being unmatched for years, fearless in the face of anything. Stealing heaven's profound mystery suddenly opened her arms, and in an instant, numerous figures appeared amidst the twisting green light, like countless arrows raining down on Zhu Shi. Before Zhu Shi could confront these figures, a green beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping her. Everything happened too rapidly, so fast that Zhu Shi couldn't dodge in time. Do you dare to be so audacious in front of me? Stealing heaven's profound mystery, said with scorn. The figures that moved towards Zhu Shi quickly surrounded the green light pole, forming layers upon layers in an arrangement resembling a formation. Upon closer inspection, these figures greatly resembled the lost souls from the secret realm she had encountered before. Zhu Shi was unable to move, feeling as if she was being consumed by countless ants. She didn't despair. Jin Qi started to emanate from her body, circling around her. Gradually, golden lines appeared on her forehead, interwoven, resembling a golden lotus blooming upon her brow. Stealing heaven's profound mysteries, pupils dilated suddenly. Just as she was about to speak, the golden lotus on Zhu's eyes forehead burst forth with dazzling golden light, piercing the green light and annihilating the soul shadows along its path. In a flash, stealing heaven's profound mystery dodged to the side, appearing in another location. Just as she appeared, she fixed her gaze and saw that Zhu Zai's figure was no longer inside the formation she had created. Boom! A sword light suddenly attacked, and Zhu Shi appeared out of nowhere behind her, severing her head with a single strike. The sword light extended infinitely after the cut, eliminating the twisting green light in the void and returning everything to darkness. Stealing heaven's profound mysteries head spun in the void, locking eyes with Zhu Zai's sword-wielding figure. Stealing heaven's profound mystery was furious, her alluring face contorting with rage. Just as she attempted to retaliate, a hand suddenly grabbed her head, rendering her motionless. Her eyes widened as she cried out. Zhu Shi stopped, her eyes filled with dread as she saw the figure gripping Stealing heaven's profound mystery's head. It was a man dressed in a dragon-patterned purple robe, wearing an imperial crown with hanging beads, his garments exquisite, and behind him, 18 purple-scaled flood dragons twisted in the air, his face utterly indifferent. Emperor Ziwei, how is this possible? You, Stealing heaven's profound mystery, cried out in shock, but before she could finish, Emperor Ziwei crushed her soul head, and her soul body dissipated with it, gone without a trace. After doing all this, Emperor Ziwei's indifferent gaze fell upon Zhu Shi, causing her to shudder in fear. She was horrified to realize she could find no escape, her instinct telling her that if she dared move, she would be immediately annihilated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The gap was too great, so vast she couldn't use any secret techniques or divine skills. As the 18 dreadful draconic shadows closed in, Zhu Shi wanted to end her own life but found she was unable to do so. Since you want to protect her, why not show yourself? Spoke Emperor Ziwei, causing Zhu Shi to be astonished. Someone was protecting her? Was it possible that her earlier escape wasn't because Emperor Ziwei was distracted, but that another force was secretly aiding her? She struggled to turn her head to see what lay behind her. In the corner of her eye, the void remained pitch black, like the abyss, invisible to sight. The more this was true, the more uneasy Zhu she became. She was very clear about her own past. What possible backing could she have that could contend with Emperor Ziwei? She felt it was more likely that another terrifying being was maneuvering her. Having left the celestial spirit great world for tens of thousands of years, she indeed had been involved in many karmic consequences which she didn't fully understand. Zhu she looked back at Emperor Ziwei, her gaze no longer filled with despair, but returning to her usual calmness. If worst came to worst, she would die. Immortal Emperor's eye? Truly a rarity. No wonder you want to protect her. Emperor Ziwei's voice rang out once again, his voice becoming even colder, and the 18 enormous dragon shadows that twisted will also stopped in their tracks. Hearing this, Zhu she turned her head to look again, and this time, her pupils involuntarily dilated. She saw a pair of eyes, a pair of spectacular and terrifying eyes, the visual impact of which was no less than that of Emperor Ziwei's 18 dragon shadows. In these eyes shone dark purple pupils, eerie and mysterious. The eyes were so vast, like the eyes of the universe, that they made Nzin's soul tremble. What kind of eyes were these? Zhu she could not imagine the realm of the owner of these eyes. Although this mortal body isn't very powerful, if you want to save her from my grasp, let's see just how capable you are. Emperor Ziwei's voice came from the depths of the void, and as his words ended, the 18 giant dragon shadows moved. They moved like thunder, and the entire void seemed to shatter all at once. The Tao rule stirred up a strong wind that rushed at Zhu Shi, forcing her to close her eyes instinctively, her body and mind in extreme discomfort. At this moment, she felt like a drowning mortal, in pain, suffering, terrified, yet powerless, only able to endure this kind of torture. Fortunately, the torture came suddenly and left just as quickly. The wild force assaulting Zhu Shi disappeared in an instant, and she then felt a warm power enveloping her. Snap! Her shoulder was suddenly patted, startling her into opening her eyes. A new light shone in her eyes as she saw the once invincible dragon shadows starting to obliterate as if being burned by an invisible fire. This scene filled her with surprise. She instinctively turned her head to look, but saw no one else. The feeling of her shoulder being patted seemed to have been an illusion. However, those mysterious giant eyes, known as the Immortal Emperor's eyes, remained. They were so calm, silently watching Emperor Ziwei's dragon shadows become undone. Looking at the Immortal Emperor's eyes again, Zhu Shi unexpectedly felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed she had seen these eyes somewhere before. Wait, could it be? Zhu Zai's eyes widened with excitement, her body trembling uncontrollably. It was her mentor. Long ago in the celestial spirit great world, she had never been able to see through Gu An's cultivation level. She had always thought her mentor came from another great thousand world, but she could never have imagined her mentor was so powerful, and moreover, that he could come to rescue her. An immense surprise overwhelmed her, making her feel as though she was in a dream. Until the dragon shadows vanished. Emperor Ziwei's voice did not rise again. Zhu she didn't understand what had happened, but it was clear that her mentor had won. Run away. Continue chasing the path of the great Tao. Gu An's voice entered Zhu Zai's ears, rousing her, and she immediately flew towards the Immortal Emperor's eyes. Along the way, the view was dazzling, with star nebulae surging like dragons, the scenery before her eyes enchanting. Zhu Shi found that, even flying at full speed, she still couldn't get close to the Immortal Emperor's eyes. The distance between them seemed eternally insurmountable. Sir, the Oval Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She didn't feel lost. Instead, she felt her mentor was guiding her. Looking at the majestic Immortal Emperor's eyes in the distance, Zhu Zai's eyes were filled with longing. How many years would she need to cultivate to reach such a realm? Meanwhile, far away at Human World Peak, Guan stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the horizon, his eyes reflecting the image of Zhu Shi. This time, he had not personally intervened, but it was enough to deal with Emperor Zhui. This Emperor Zhui, although not the true form, possessed the cultivation level of the balancing heaven golden immortal realm perfection, even more powerful than the celestial spirit god. Regrettably, defeating Emperor Zhui did not grant him lifespan, leading him to speculate more about Emperor Zhui. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.